8th, 2022. I'd like to call the meeting to order. First item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda as submitted.
I move that we accept the agenda as submitted.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second, and all in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. Public comment? Yeah. I forgot to take public comment, so if there any public comment in person? I see none. Any online?
No, Mr. Varner, thank you.
Okay. Then we've had the vote, and all in favor again, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, now, we will now adjourn to closed session per NRS 288.2204 to discuss labor relations with the district management representatives, and this is for discussion only, and we have Mr. A.J. Fueling and Mr. Joe Locke. call this school board meeting to order. Today's date is February 8th, 2022. I'd like the public to know that the reason we had a closed session was allowed by the open meeting law is for labor negotiations, and that's what the closed meeting was about. Just to let you know. We'll go ahead and start with the flag salute, and Stacy Wilkie McCulloch. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'd like to welcome all the members of the public that's here tonight. Thank you for attending. Mr. Cassiopo had a request, but I don't see him here right now, so we'll go ahead and move on. Oh, Joe?
I apologize. It was a longer line to the restroom than I thought it was.
Understandable.
Sorry, was it time? Can I make a request?
Yes, that you can.
Real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just learned this morning that one of our longtime school district employees, Karen Putt, who used to work at Bordewick Elementary School, she was a paraprofessional. She passed away this morning. I don't know how many people knew that. She was with the district, I think, for about 33 years. And she worked with my wife. She actually worked with Judy Rand next door, and she was real helpful with my wife. And she was always one of those people that was super helpful. And we're all, obviously sorry to hear about her passing. But I thought, if you don't mind, I'd like to just take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Next is the superintendent report, and this is for information only. Mr. Stokes?
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, members of the community. I wanted to provide a little information that has to do with the wearing of face masks in our schools. As you know, since early in September, we have asked our students in our schools to be under the process of wearing face masks on a mandatory basis. As of today, we had our first day where we gave that decision to wear face masks back to the parents, and I'm anxious to find out from more of our schools how the first day went. But even though this option for students has been changed, the staff and all adult visitors, guests into the schools are still required to wear face masks, and that's per the Emergency Directive 048 that the governor has put into place. Staff and students who are ill at school will still be sent home if they have symptoms or if tested positive for COVID-19. So we are anxious to still mitigate the COVID-19 and other illnesses in the schools, and we're doing that by a variety of different steps. Of course, we are concerned about the ventilation in each of our buildings. We have high-level filtration systems, and we go through an air exchange several times during each day. Of course, we rely on the skill of our staff and our custodians to help with the cleaning and sanitizing of buildings. We are social distancing within the facilities of our schools wherever that's possible. And if a student is ill, and if the parents desire a COVID-19 test, we are able to accomplish that at our sites. And of course, we're still asking our staff, our families, and our students to do a personal daily health screen. We're also offering any member of our staff who would desire a KN95 face mask, we will provide them through the school district if they are interested. As far as the contact tracing, we're zeroing in on students who have illnesses or symptoms of illnesses, and those close contacts, instead of being everyone in a classroom, we're focusing on the nuclear family. So if that student has siblings in that school or other schools, we're focusing on letting those families know when illnesses are being identified. So this represents basically a new day for us, and we're looking forward to having as much feedback as schools will provide us as we move forward. And so, Mr. President, unless there are questions about this change in our process, that will be the end of my report.
Thank you. We'll move on to our regular board reports. We'll start with Mr. Cassiopo. Or, excuse me, let me ask if anybody's here from Carson High School. They're joking, okay.
Hi there. So I'm Sarah Wiggins, and I'm the representative from Carson High School. And this has been a very busy week so far. So this is our Winterfest week, with the theme being Senators in Wonderland. So today was our first dress-up day. It was a Disney character dress-up day. We had our musical theater do a theater performance during our lunch. And then that evening, or tonight, I should say, we have a movie night of Alice in Wonderland in Senator Square going on right now. Tomorrow, February 19th, is going to be Wacky Wednesday. We're going to dress up as like mixed match, basically. Tomorrow during lunch, we are going to have trivia in Senator Square of Alice in Wonderland. And tomorrow night, from 6 to 8 p.m., in the upstairs cafeteria, we are going to be doing a bingo night instead of the usual talent show. FBLA is going to be hosting this, and it is going to be $2 per card or $3 for 5. February 10th is going to be Twin Day as Tweedledee and Tweedledum Day. And for this lunchtime activity, it's going to be Simon Says and Name That Song. And then tomorrow night in the McFadden Plaza from 6:30 to 8, we're going to do the underclassmen crowning. And then Friday, February 11th, is going to be Mad Hatter Day, so we're going to wear our crazy hats and Winterfest shirts with a pep rally at lunch. And then we're going to have then we're going to have a basketball game that night against Douglas at home with JV boys at 3:30, varsity girls at 5:15, and then varsity boys at 7 p.m., with it being our senior night for all the seniors on the basketball team, along with the crowning at halftime for our seniors. Then Saturday, February 12th, is going to be our physical dance, and it is going to be in the gym. So for that, you're going to have to come in through the north foyer, and the dance is going to be from 10 to 7. For dance ticket sales, today and tomorrow, it is going to be $5 with a student body sticker and $7 without. And then Thursday and Friday, it's going to be $7 with a sticker, $10 without. And then at the door of the dance, it's going to be $15. Now, that's all that for the Winterfest week. Moving on, some of our sports going on. For wrestling, we are moving into our state. I believe our regionals is going to be later this week, and that's where we'll decide who is going to move on to the state tournament. This last week for our girls, actually, junior Ella Olson, I believe, got second place in the state for wrestling for the girls. So congratulations to her. And then a few more noticeable things is that senior night is going to be this Friday for the basketball players. And other than that, we just have a ski race going on this Thursday at Kirkwood. Other than that, if you are looking into any spring sports, being baseball, softball, swim, track, or boys golf, you can look to see if you have filled out Register My Athlete. All of that is going to be on our website. So thank you guys so much.
No, thank you. It looks like you have a very enjoyable and busy week coming up. Enjoy it. Do we have anybody here from Pioneer? Seeing no one from Pioneer, we'll move on to the NASB update, Nevada Association of School Boards.
Yes, we had a lengthy meeting on Saturday. Some of the things that we decided on as the board of directors, Legislatively, we're going to focus this year on adequacy of funding and not just the buzzword, but what does that actually mean, and working with legislators to understand what that would mean for our schools and what our need is. And the other goal is to really open lines of communication with between State Board of Education, school boards, the state, local school boards, and also the legislature. So we had a long talk about that. And when I say long, I mean a long talk about that. The other thing that is coming up, and the details are sketchy, and I apologize, I'll get them out or make sure Renee gets them out as soon as possible, is there will be, the next training will be on March 12th. Location, time, topic, TBD. One of the things I had suggested before we left is that Angie Taylor maybe work with Washoe County School District to locate a venue for the training, and if that doesn't work, Mr. Stokes, I volunteered us to get something together for the directors and the school board leaders throughout the state. So Laurel, Stacy, is there anything I'm missing? Because my notes that I took, I left on my desk at work. I apologize.
The only other thing I can think of is that the Board of Directors ratified the decision of the Region 3 directors to recommend to appoint Wade Polson from Lincoln County as a representative on the NIAA Board of Control.
And that we'll have an opening on the advisory commission to family engagement, because my term is up, but and that they just started meeting again. But the nominating committee will get those out.
Thank you for that update. We'll move on to association reports. Do we have any association reports tonight?
We're going to do the board member announcements.
Yeah, okay, we'll do the board members now. Mr. Casiopo?
I don't have a report tonight.
Mr. Walker?
I do have a report tonight. So one of the things that we've been hearing more and more about all the failings or things that are going wrong in our schools. And so I really want to focus on the great things that are happening every day in our school district. And so I'm trying to change the tone. And so I contacted Ruth Lee at Mark Twain and asked her for the great things that are happening in their school. And they did have great things. So they just completed their winter map assessments. And so they started the year with 43% proficiency in reading. And this current testing, they had 49% proficiency. And over last year, they're looking at about a 21% increase. So comparing winter to winter, so that's excellent. And then with math, they started with 38%. And this last test, they had 55% proficiency, which is an increase of 16% this year. But if you look at against last year, again, that's about 22%, 21% increase. They had a great fun celebration of the 100th day of school last week, and families and their students made a whole host of celebratory items that showed what 100 looked like in the eyes of a child. And they are planning a very fun celebration on February 22nd, where everybody will do everything in twos. So I'm sure that that's going to get creative. And they're also focusing on creating and maintaining a positive environment. And so their leadership students hosted a hot chocolate treat for National Hot Chocolate Day. And they are embarking on a letter writing project for their Have a Heart project. And the choir students are coming in on their own 2 to 3 days a week and practicing. So great things are happening at Mark Twain. I'm proud of that great school. And one final thing, I did receive a complaint from a student at Fritch Elementary School. He is requesting a later start time because he likes to play video games in the morning, and he's grouchy with his teacher. So when we look at scheduling, I'll bring that back up at that point.
Sounds like a valid complaint. Stacy? Thank you, Mike.
Well, in lieu of National School Counselor Month, I want to thank all of our counseling staff for the work that they do every day. I was lucky enough to go visit Miss Allen's class at Pioneer. If you'll remember, we had that discussion about their poetry class from ASU that caused some problems. They finished that out, was totally full and had a waiting list. Now they're into the dual credit for WNC for film studies. So if you took those classes with Miss Allen, you already have six credits towards your university career. Wanted to thank or congratulate seniors Allison Guerrero and Ellis Pomblo. They've been named candidates as part of the 2022 U.S. Presidential Scholarship Program. That's exciting. And then Carson City Public Works recognized Tierney Foster, a junior at Carson High, for designing a winning logo for branding the East William Street Complete Streets project, which was over here at 5 o'clock, if you wanted to see what that was. And then from Empire, they're collecting pots, pans, buckets, trash can lids, etc., to create 3 music walls for their playgrounds. Any donations are appreciated. And they have also partnered up with Wild Horse Children's Theater to create a STEM musical. Performance date will be April 4th. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Don?
No report tonight.
Lupe?
From Silliger Elementary School, Mrs. Zona met with the committee who is overseeing the standard student attire. They had a really good response on the survey that they sent out. The parents were very active on that. And they are looking into into giving the kids some options. And so they're going to share those options with the parents, and they're asking for feedback from them by the 15th of February, and then by May 15th, they will make a final decision. And I really liked the structure of that committee because it included parents, teachers, administrators, and students. And the one student who is part of the committee, he was very cute because he was very engaged, and then he was also keeping track of the time, and he had to excuse himself because he wanted to make sure that he was in school on time. So very, very, very cool. I also want to give a big shout out to our counselors because I know that they are instrumental in helping the students stay on track to graduate and also to see their next steps to going into college. So thanks to all our counselors.
Thank you, Lupe. Laurel?
Okay. For Fritch Elementary School, the PTA is going to be hosting a hot cocoa social on Friday, February 11th from 7:30 to 8:30 a.m. So that will be open to the families. And also they would like to congratulate the Fritch archery team who took second place in the state this year. They're proud of all the students and the great job by Coach Mrs. Henry Herman. So they have quite the archery team at Fritch Elementary School. Last year they were first place in the state, and this year they're second. So keeping the streak going. Fremont Elementary School, Dr. Ward reports that they're gearing up and getting ready for Reading Week, which will start February 28th. And also, Fremont celebrated the 100 days of school last week, and she sent me a cute photo of a list one of the kindergarten classes put together of 100 reasons why I like kindergarten and Fremont. And the things on there are just all the best things you would think that kindergartners would say. One of the favorites was fire drills and indoor recess, and which bless all the teachers in elementary school for indoor recess. But lots of things to brighten your day about that. And then also, I'd like to report on some information that I asked Mr. Chambers from Carson High School, because over Christmas break, I met with some of my 2021 graduates, friends from that also went to Carson High and graduated with him last year. And one of the boys said it was his first semester of college was the easiest that he'd had in quite a few years because the AP classes at at Carson High School were so difficult. He said, those AP classes are cracked. So I got some information from Mr. Chambers. Last year, 256 students took 507 advanced placement exams. In Carson High School, 59.7% of those students received a score of 3 or higher. Receiving a score of 3 or higher means those students earned college credit for those classes that they took. For reference's sake, in the state of Nevada, the percentage of students who receive a score of 3 or higher is 46.9%. So Carson High outscores the entire state by about 13 percentage points. Globally, the percentage that pass at 3 or more is 55.1%. So Carson High's AP teachers are leading not only the state, but they're leading globally and internationally on the AP exam. And also, I'd like to note that last year at Carson High, that was the hybrid schedule. And so high school students only attended school 2 days a week. And because of the block schedule, they only attended in person in their AP class 1 day a week. So the amount of work that those teachers and those students did last year was outstanding, and I think it is commendable. So I wanted to point that out. And that concludes my report.
Thank you for that good news. Have a little bit more good news from Carson Middle School. Principal Sadler would like to congratulate the following students who were selected to represent Carson Middle School for the 2022 Northern Zone Middle School Honor Band. We have Olivia Kropf, Spencer Dale, Kevin Skira, Cortes, C-O-R-T-E, if I mispronounced the name, I'm sorry. Lizzie Barker, Lily Barker, Kate Blankenship, Kathleen Brendan, Corey Garcia, Galvis, Olivia Monson, Charlie Raqueta, and Ian Rooney. So good job and congratulations to those students. At Boardwalk Bray, Principal Rich, they deserve it, thank you. Principal Raqueta would like to remind everyone that tomorrow, February 9th, they will be having an informational night for parents to learn about MAP testing and understanding the MAP parent report. They will also explain how parents can support their children at home based off of MAP testing results. The meeting will be held via Zoom. The link to the Zoom meeting was sent out via Parent Square. As a reminder, that is tomorrow. They will also have a PTO meeting tomorrow in the library via Zoom at 3:30 p.m. And that ends my report. But congratulations, everybody. I appreciate the good news. And Joe, go ahead.
Rich, sorry, I didn't have a report, but I did forget. I wanted to make one comment. We have a student who graduated in 2014, Ian Burson, and I just wanted to let everybody know, we talk about great things that are happening. Ian is over in Beijing, China, coaching, and I'll get it wrong here, freestyle skiing halfpipe. He trained with a kid, I want to say he's a kid, but who's competing for Ireland. And so Ian is one of his coaches, and he's over there coaching him. And I think that competition might have started today, but congratulations to him and really all those athletes over there. I just wanted to make sure I didn't forget to mention that. So,
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think we've had a lot of students from Carson High who's gone on to do good and great things. So I think anytime we can recognize them, it's a good thing to bring before the public. And thank you, guys. Now we'll move on to public comment. Comments will be accepted in person or through...
President Vaughn,
I'm sorry.
you've got the
Association reports, I keep forgetting. I'm sorry. Any association reports? Seeing none. Now, we'll move on to public comment. Comments will be accepted in person or through virtual participation via email. Comments may be made by members of the public on any matter within the authority of this board. Please note that public comment will be taken on items marked for possible action before action is taken on such items. And members of the public are encouraged to comment on such items at the time they are being considered. Although members of the board may respond to questions and discuss issues raised during public comment, no action may be taken on such matters until the matter is placed on an agenda for action at a meeting of the board. In making public comment, speakers are asked to come to the table or podium, sign in, speak into the microphone, and identify themselves for the record. Speakers are instructed to limit their comments to no more than 3 minutes, regardless of whether the comments are made in person or through virtual participation, and to not simply repeat comments made by others. And this is for discussion only, so I have a couple here that have already signed in. Corey Rogers or Casey Rogers. Okay. Charlotte, oh, I'm sorry. And just state your name for the record and make sure the mic's on. It's a green button.
Casey Rogers for the record. Myocarditis tops the list of COVID vaccine injuries among 12 to 17-year-olds. VAERS data show. VAERS data released in January by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention included a total of 1,033,994 reports of adverse events from all age groups following COVID vaccines, including 21,745 deaths and 170,446 serious injuries between December 14, 2020 and January 7, 2022. There was a letter from the U.S. Senate that was also discussed by Attorney Thomas Renz, who stated that there were several whistleblowers within the Department of Defense and other places with medical diagnoses that said that hypertension is up 2,181% of an increase. Disease of the nervous system is up 1,048% increase. Malignant neoplasma of esophagus, 94% increase. Multiple sclerosis, 680% increase. Malignant neoplasm of digestive organs, 624% increase. Guillain-Barré syndrome, 551% increase. Breast cancer, 487% increase. All of these things, for female infertility, 472% increase. All of these things that I'm saying to you right now have occurred after the vaccine came in. And you guys continue to have vaccine clinics on your properties. That is probably something you need to stop doing and start considering. The masks need to come off our kids. It's all a scam. We've already gone over this 100,000 times. Everybody that keeps coming in here tells you the same thing. We keep giving you data. The question is, are you looking into the data? Do you consider the data? Do you? Are you looking into it in yourselves? Because if you are, how is this continuing? That's all I have to say.
Thank you, but maybe you didn't hear the news earlier, but today the masks were removed from the kids. It's operational. I mean,
They
it's,
still have to wear them on the school bus.
yes. Next is Charlotte Stewart. State name for record, please.
I turn it off.
Lupe, I think you need to restart the clock.
We're restarting the clock, then you can start. So you get your full 3 minutes.
My name is Charlotte Stewart, and I'm a parent and tax-paying person in Carson City. I'm here because from 2020 until now, we have gone from 2 weeks to stop the spread to endless violations of fundamental and God-given rights. After listening to endless board meetings and pleas by parents to remove the useless masks on children, I'm glad they're gone. However, they need to be optional to all, and that includes parents, staff, and buses. Then finding out in elementary school it's now a trend to be a gay, non-binary vegan, not like kids even know what that means. I find this a reason for intent to claim upon your bonds necessary. It is public knowledge in the state of Nevada that all public officials have a surety bond and a constitutional oath. And you have broken your constitutional oaths by enforcing unconstitutional mandates and are in violation of said oaths. I am not seeking money. However, if these needs of the public are not adhered to, I will move forward with my intent in the amount of $100,000. I also know of at least 9 other parents who will commit to claim your bonds. If you do not vote on the record for the following: stop coercing all forms of COVID-19 propaganda, considering how dangerous this is for our community, end all vaccine clinics on school grounds, cease coercion and pushing CRT and/or SEL Transgender Gay Rights Week, demanding children to declare they are transgender to participate in school activities, halt all enforcement of policies that require universal masking without parental consent. This includes forcing vaccines on teachers and masking the teachers of the district, including transportation. Remove all obscene books and material from the public school system immediately. Remove all boys from the girls' bathrooms and locker rooms. If you find it necessary to stand behind these violations of rights, I ask you to step down immediately. An emergency directive isn't a law. Other school boards across the nation have challenged these unconstitutional mandates. It is time to end this now. And I am delivering you with an intent to file against your bonds.
Thank you. Any other in-person public comment? Please come forward. State your name for the record.
I'm Pebble Wiggins, for the record, a freshman and GSA leader at Carson High who goes by they, it pronouns, and today I would like to talk about more gender inclusivity within our schools. LGBTQ students are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide compared to their straight and cisgender peers. Overall, 46% of LGBTQ youth in LGBTQ-affirming schools report being bullied in the past year, compared to 57% who did not report their school to be LGBTQ-affirming. These statistics show how openly affirming LGBTQ students' identities can greatly reduce their chances of being bullied and attempting suicide. Normalizing LGBTQ identities is very important for the human rights movement, and we deserve gender-neutral bathrooms, gender-neutral gym class, and sex ed for queer kids. I hope whoever becomes superintendent considers this and takes action for more gender inclusion, especially for trans kids who are scared of going into either of the bathrooms available to them in fear of abuse from their peers and authorities. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Adrienne Wiggins for the record, thank you. So I'm here as a proud member, parent, and staff member of Carson City School District. I'm here today due to several comments that were made during the last board meeting, and I just want to clear a few things up. It was brought up several times that Nevada ranked 45th, while New Hampshire ranked 5th nationally as far as education goes. In fact, many people who supported candidate Goldhart used that reason of why we needed him to be superintendent. The fault in this argument is it wasn't looking at each state, it was looking at the whole state versus the individual districts. Carson City teachers work hard, and as a parent that has had two students that went through this district, I know they're doing a great job of providing quality education for our students. I'd like to take a closer look at our district and how it's ranked nationally. Many of you have brought some of this up tonight, in compared to the Manchester, New Hampshire district. U.S. News looks at over 24,000 public schools across the nation and ranks them according to several criteria: college and career readiness, math and reading proficiency and performance, college curriculum breadth, including students earning AP and IB credits, and the number of qualifying scores on college entrance exams, Carson High School actually received a score nationally of 76.69 out of 100, which, to put that into perspective, that means Carson City High School ranks better than almost 77% of the high schools in the nation. Manchester Central High School received a 31. Manchester Memorial High School received a score of 28. Both Manchester West High School and Manchester School of Technology received scores less than 25. This shows us not only that Carson High School did well nationally compared to other public schools in the nation, but it's far from the bottom in the nation. It also shows that we outranked every high school in Manchester School District. While it only shows our high school and not our elementary and middle schools, I would argue that it represents our district as a whole because our teachers start in elementary school preparing them from the middle school and up. A couple other things I'd like to address that are concerns I just want the board to consider is candidate Goldhart's quick move from the district he's serving. When he started, he claimed he would spend 5 years there, and he's not fulfilling this agreement, which concerns me that we too could find ourselves in this same situation, short term, leaving us to go through the process all over again. I also have some reservations about the handling of a teacher's complaint in his district about copy machines not working at her school. While he later did apologize for his response to that matter, the damage had already been done. So my final comment is whoever our school board decides that is best fit, it should be somebody who's invested in our district, somebody who cares about our community that we can trust for all stakeholders when making decisions, and has a history of fulfilled obligations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Good evening, Christina Bourne for the record. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you to this board for your dedication and your hard work, Mr. Stokes and Mr. Russell. Thank you so much for everything that you were doing for our school district. We know that you worked tirelessly for us and that your decisions are tough, and I just wanted to say thank you for that. And thank you for bringing to light tonight all the positivity that is happening throughout our district, because we have so many wonderful things happening in this district, and I want to make sure that everybody is hearing those things on a regular basis as well. I do want to bring up some additional questions that I have about Dr. Goldhart that I would like you to consider. As I was doing some research on my own, I had discovered that Dr. Goldhart is still under contract. And my questions are, if he is under contract with New Hampshire, are we going to somehow be held fiscally responsible to get him out of that contract? And in the event that he is not released from his current contract, if we were to hire him as superintendent, and would the process have to start over, and would that cause more a bigger financial strain to start the process all over for our superintendent search? So my last comment that I want to say is, as you are looking to hire our new superintendent, please make sure that just because somebody has a resume that states they have served as a superintendent before, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're the best person for the job. Every single one of us got our start somewhere. And I know that our district has been the launching point for many amazing careers for so many people in this community. And had we not given them that starting point, we wouldn't have so many of the wonderful people that we have working for us today. So thank you again for everything that you were doing. We greatly appreciate you.
Thank you. Any other in-person public comment? Seeing none, we'll close in-person public comment. And do we have any online public comment?
Yes, Mr. Varner, thank you. Mr. Varner, I'd first like to point out that at our meeting on February 2nd, there was a issue with the timing. And so unfortunately, the comment provided by Mr. Harris he was only given 2 minutes. So at this time, I would like to finish reading a portion of his comment for that last minute that he was not provided on February 2nd.
Thank you.
So in conclusion, for Mr. Harris, Dr. Joseph has the best chance to become a superintendent, but not until she gets some outside experience. Her mission most likely would be status quo, as she has undoubtedly developed a lot of relationships during her tenure in our district. The only candidate who is actually a current superintendent doesn't fill the equitable mold, so although he has already successfully rebuilt a school district, I don't have faith in the board picking the most qualified candidate. The board seems okay with approaching standard as doing pretty well. This school district is on the verge of and goes the town as the students who are raised here. Numerous children, including mine, have been exposed to the indoctrination of trans ideology from the Family Life Committee at the expense of learning academic basics first. When did Carson Public Schools decide they should have a role in influencing the thoughts of children and plant seeds of fringe ideas instead of academic success? Studies and data show no decline in self-harm attempts from children who are facing life's difficulties. When you view life and others... Okay, thank you, Mr. Russell. So, Mr. Varner, I'll include the rest of that in the record.
Thank you.
The next comment that I have is from Tiara Babula. As a teacher in the Carson City School District, I feel that I have never been asked about how I feel regarding my own health and safety when it comes to masks being worn in schools. Since the pandemic began, teachers have been told what to do and never asked when it comes to how we feel about our own health and safety. Most recently, the superintendent and school board decided to make masks being worn in school optional for all students at all grades. As a teacher in our district and a parent of a student who attends Carson High School, I have yet to be asked how this decision makes me feel and how I feel about my child sitting right next to other students in class who may have chosen not to wear a mask. I agree that masks do not prevent someone from contracting COVID. However, I do feel that they help reduce the spread of COVID and other illnesses. My child already suffers from anxiety, which is further worsened by the recent decision to allow mask wearing to be optional. She worries about being around others who are not masked. Most likely, she is not being given the choice in her class to adjust her seating so that she is only around other students who are masked. This morning, she was extremely anxious and had a hard time wanting to attend school. At the beginning of the school year, when masks were optional for students, we had lots of student absences because of students being ill, not just from COVID, but from other things like runny noses, colds, and upset stomachs. When masks were made mandatory, there were a lot of absences due to illnesses and students being excluded because they were in close contact to someone who was confirmed positive. As a teacher, I feel safer and healthier. My daughter felt safer as a student. Once again, I feel that I am being put into a position of being around lots of students throughout the day who can make me ill, making me stay home and unable to teach, not to mention putting other members of my household at risk. Even though our students may not end up as sick or even exhibit symptoms of COVID, it has been scientifically proven that they are super spreaders. It doesn't make any sense to me why masks are still mandatory for all students on the buses, but not in the classrooms. In our classrooms, students are sitting a lot closer together for longer periods of time than they would be on the bus. Have the students been asked how they feel about wearing masks or being around other students who are not wearing masks? No. Have teachers been asked? No. Have parents been asked? No. In the future, please consider hearing from all members of our school community by surveying students, parents, and teachers about masks being optional before making such an extreme decision. Ask for input from all your stakeholders, not just the noisy few at school board meetings. In case you may be interested, below are the attendance rates from her classes I taught today, and that was on February 8th. This is a representative of the number of students I have had absent daily in the last 5 weeks of school. 5th grade, 3 students out of 18. 4th grade, 6 students out of 24.
That's 3 minutes. Thank you. Any other online public comment?
Yes, Mr. Varner. This comment is from Jason Tingle, father of 4 in Carson City. He is sorry that he wasn't able to make the meeting tonight. Otherwise, he would be here. He'd like to shake the hand of everyone. He would like to shake everyone's hands personally. He wants to thank the board and Mr. Stokes on making the controversial decision to make masks optional. I know in my heart this will benefit our children more than anyone will ever know. As I'm sure you're aware, other states have started banning mask mandates with all the new information coming out available to the public. New studies have been coming out to show how detrimental they actually are, and science is now showing this. I don't blame you guys, as we are all split on what was considered good and bad information. Mind you, these states banning mask mandates are bipartisan decisions, which has been unheard of for the last 2 years. With that said, I'd like to try to help our kids get back on the right track. And when I say the right track, I mean thinking of themselves. Something has happened to them mentally, and a lot of teachers agree. Maybe it was a lot of fear, or maybe it was a sense of suppression of their voice. Who knows what it really is? But the kids seem a lot less willing to engage with their futures like they did before. Almost like they were waiting in the woods to be told what they are able or allowed to do. This includes their decisions about their future. I'm not a doctor, and I don't have a phrase or condition that I could speak of, but it's an observation and feeling. I would like to try and focus on groups or even counselors to lift our kids up again. Let them know it's okay to make those decisions again. Strip the fear from their eyes and strike it from their hearts. I feel we need to reinvigorate our children and empower them to once again take charge of their future. Instead of always being a part in these meetings in a perceived negative fashion, I'd like to offer my help or advice if needed. I want to move forward towards a positive future. If the board decides this is a good idea, then I extend my hand out to help. I will help in any way I can. Thank you again for listening to reason and doing what's best for children.
Any further online comment?
Yes, Mr. Varner, this comment is from Miles Humphreys. As the many concerned parents of Carson City continue to recognize the overwhelming virtue signaling of slavery to a politically driven agenda the board so eagerly displays, it would be in the best interest of the school board members to explain their positions on many of the issues the parents and citizens address during these meetings. The doctors, the highly informed parents, some of the scientists, and others all continue to ask for answers against their never-ending tyrannical mandate that has zero merit on its face. But somehow the theater continues, especially with the mask. When will it end? It won't. And the goalpost continually moves so that its called leaders cave to their own agenda or some benefit to the political agenda. There has never been a better time for the Carson school board members to allow both sides to have their cake and eat it too. Allow the parents to unmask their children and allow the parents to mask their children that feel it is necessary for whatever reason. It is that simple, and and the courage to push that agenda is just as simple. Please do our children and parents the courtesy, as they have every deserving right in the matter. Thank you, and do what is right. As all of you know, know what is right in your hearts and minds. Thank you. Mr. Varner, let me refresh one more time, see if I've had anything else come in late.
Yes, thank you.
At this time, Mr. Varner, that's all I have.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and close the online public comment. And we'll move on to agenda item number 9. It's more good news. Recognition of nationally board certified teacher, Linda Belknap, and recertification of Nicole Medeiros and Lacey Carey. And this is for discussion only. And we have Jennifer Chandler, Christina Bourne, and Rachel Croft.
Hello, good evening. I'm Rachel Croft, a National Board Certified teacher, and I teach at Bordewick Bray Elementary. So thank you so much for letting us come talk to you tonight. We wanted to talk to you about some good things that are happening, and that is National Board certification. National Board is the highest professional certification available to teachers, and it was created to really recognize and develop accomplished teachers. There's about a decade's worth of research that shows that students in a National Board Certified Teachers class gain 1 to 2 months more learning, having had that accomplished teacher. So I'm going to pass it over to Jenny, who's going to kind of tell you about the basis of National Board.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Chandler, and I teach at Carson High School. And I'm super excited every year because our numbers just continue to grow and grow, and it's very encouraging to me and my colleagues to be part of a team of teachers that really wants to hone their craft, if you will. And if you refer to your board packets, we have provided you with 2 pieces of information. And one of those talking about the validity of National Board certification, and the other one celebrating all of our board certified teachers here in Carson City. And we've got a couple here tonight to cheer others on. And if you take a look at the research, one of the things that boards is centered around is starting with the premise that you are an accomplished teacher. You just need to prove it. And so as we go through the process, the things that are so rewarding deal with things that we are trained to do. And after 3 years in the classroom in your area of desired certification, you're allowed to pursue board certification. And it focuses on those 5 core propositions that are listed there. How well do you know your content? Because good teachers know what they teach inside and out. How well do you know your students as far as their developmental levels, what they're capable of, and how to appropriately challenge them in the classroom? How well do you know your students individually? Do you know their stories? Do you know their struggles? Do you know how you can best support and manage their learning and encourage them? And essentially, how well do you work within your school community, with your colleagues, with the child, with their parents, with the extended resources in the community? And boards has it set up to where you have opportunity to put different components together in a portfolio. So I'm going to let Christina Bourne, my colleague, share that with you.
Christina Bourne, and I teach music at Mark Twain Elementary School, and I'm also a National Board Certified teacher. This process is just, it's the best type of professional development a teacher can get. And as part of the process, you have 4 components that you include in your portfolio. The first component is a computerized test that the candidate goes to a testing center, and they are tested on their knowledge of their content area. It's quite the test. They have a multiple choice section, but then they have a number of sections where they have to actually write a number of different things based on prompts, and it's quite intense. For the other components, they are asking them to demonstrate their depth and breadth of knowledge of their students. They are asking them to collect data samples and to use those samples to demonstrate their data and what they're going to do in their next steps to teach these students, and how they're going to help these students to grow. They also have to demonstrate their dedication to the community, their school community, their classroom community, and their communication with their parents and other stakeholders in the lives of these students that they serve. And they also have to film videos of themselves teaching, and then analyze those videos, reflect, and be able to demonstrate that they are effective in their classroom, not just in their writing, but through video evidence as well. And I think I'm going to pass it back to Rachel. We're going to celebrate these teachers that we have here tonight.
Yes, Rachel Kraft again. So I hope you heard from that this is hard, it is rigorous. It's rigorous and difficult no matter when you do it. And I just think during the pandemic and during the challenges that were already going on for teachers completing National Board right now, I'm just amazed at the perseverance and the heart of these teachers. So I get to introduce Linda Belknap, our newest National Board Certified teacher. Yay!
Come to the microphone. People like to make a little comment. Would you like to make a comment?
Linda Belknap. I teach English language learners.
Sorry, Linda, can I, real quick, I just wanted to let your husband know, if you'd rather get a better picture, you're welcome to come up here. I know the back of her head is lovely, but.
Linda Belknap, I teach English language learners at Eagle Valley Middle School. I was asked to tell you why I decided to do this. I've always been a very reflective practitioner, and this gave me the opportunity to really study what I was doing and improve it and really dig into the information about my students and apply that information. And as
Excuse me,
Christina
Mrs.
said,
Belknap. Renee requested you to move the microphone closer. It's easier for her to get the record when.
do I have to start over? Okay. And as Christina said, no, it was Rachel that said, it was the best professional development I've ever done. And this is my 28th year of teaching. And so I've done a lot of professional development. And it was harder than 2 master's degrees. So yeah, it really is a very good professional development program.
Okay, so then your certification doesn't last forever. Sorry, this is Rachel Croft again. Your certification doesn't last forever. You have to renew periodically to show that you are still contributing to the field of education. It's a little bit different, the renewal process, a little bit easier, thank goodness. And so we have 2 teachers who renewed again during this difficult time. And we have Lacey Carey. Lacey Carey renewed, yay. Are you gonna come say something?
Hello, I'm Lacey Carey, and I'm a National Board Certified Teacher again, so that's exciting. I really just want to thank the board and Carson City School District for all the opportunities I've been given. I just love my job. I love coaching teachers. I love being a teacher on special assignment. And I got the pleasure of meeting Peggy Brookins, who is why am I blanking? She's the president of National Board. And she was a very interesting woman, and she said something that really resonated with me. She said, every child deserves a National Board certified teacher. And I truly believe that. So the goal is everybody. That's what we're here for. So we're going to get them all one day. Thank you.
Rachel Croft again. I was going to say that we also provide some support for our teachers who are going through this journey. And Jenny and Christina, there's sort of different ways you can do it. You can do it in person. I do a virtual cohort so that you can do it on the computer, which is not as much fun, but in your jammies, which is more fun. And so Lacey and Nicole were both part of a virtual cohort with me. And so then the last one is Nicole Medeiros. Yay!
Hello, I'm Nicole Medeiros, and I teach at Boardwick Bray Elementary School. Tosha on special assignment. I'm the interventionist. And I just wanted to say thank you to the support, because we couldn't do this without the cohort and our principals and our colleagues. It would be impossible. So the support of everybody is what makes us do what we do every day. And being a renewed National Board teacher is the most exciting thing ever, because it allows me to continue to grow as an educator and give the best expertise I can to my students every day. So thank you to everybody.
Jennifer Chandler again. Just in closing, we want to let teachers in the district know that we will be putting cohorts together for next year, both virtually and in person. And if a teacher is interested in more information, National Boards has a website, and you are free to interact with any person that is board certified in our district or around the state. Nevada continues to grow, but we welcome the opportunity to work on accomplished teaching together, and we thank the board for an opportunity to celebrate these teachers this evening. Thank you.
Before we move on, any questions from the board? Joe?
Thanks. No questions. I just want to congratulate everybody. It is an accomplishment. And, we hear, especially lately, about, maybe the things that aren't going so well or the things that are perceived not to be going so well. And we have a fantastic school district. It doesn't mean we don't have room for growth. It doesn't mean we're perfect, but we're really good. And we're good because we have caring people that are trying to better themselves professionally and in a number of other ways. And so I just want to say thank you to you. You know, whether you're a nationally certified teacher or somebody that just, you know, takes the time to become an exceptional teacher, there's a lot of paths to being exceptional. And this is a fantastic path. And I appreciate everything everybody's doing. And I just wanted to thank you and all our teachers and our staff for doing a fantastic job and, you know, and helping our district be all it can be. We hear a lot about where we're ranked. Most of the information isn't accurate. I've got data along with everybody else to prove that. So I just wanted to, again, just say thank you for everything you all are doing to help our students. I, for one, really appreciate it, and I'm sure everybody up here does as well. Thank you.
Stacy?
And just for the terrific trio, I mean, you guys are amazing to be able to bring this many people to us, to support them, to go over the edge, to do what you do. You can tell that you love what you do, and to help I mean, look at this list. I mean, this is incredible. Now we have second times around. I mean, it's incredible the time you guys have put in, and you should feel so proud. And we are so blessed to have you guys in our district doing what you do, because you're not getting thanked for it fiscally for sure, but the things that you're producing and the kids that are blessed to have those teachers and to get that extra is amazing. And for us to be able to promote that within our ranks and have teachers take the time, and after 28 years to go ahead and do it all over again and get certified, I think is amazing. Of course, I think you did it for the t-shirts because they're pretty cool. Yeah, I thought so too, but I think you guys don't take enough. It's got to work on that.
We are.
But I think you guys you three especially get lost in that. And I just want to thank you for the time and effort that you put in it, and encouraging people that aren't even thinking about doing this and getting them to do it. So we do appreciate all that time and effort.
Thank you, Stacy. Anybody else? Mike?
Well, I was just going to say, for the teachers out there, there is a financial incentive for doing this. And it's significant. So, I mean, it's not only hard work, but you're, of course, rewarded for that. And I think it's well-deserved. And so congratulations to everyone. And I think we're all supportive. So great job.
Thank you, Mike. Anybody else? Well, I'll just kind of go over what they said. I think it was very well stated by Joe, Mike, and Stacy. I think it really expresses the feelings of all of us on the board. It's a lot of hard work. We appreciate it. The kids are going to benefit from it. And I just wanted to thank you guys for being willing to put so much effort into advancing your teaching skills for the kids. Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you again.
Can I take a picture of the three?
Please do. And thank you once again, and not to forget the other teachers. We know all our teachers work very, very hard. And if we're ready, we'll go ahead and move on to agenda item number 10. Wait till we get set up here. Have a little technology issue. Okay, it looks like we may be ready now, so we'll move on to item number 10. Report on the English language access scores for the Carson City School District for 2020-2021 school year. And this is for discussion only. And we have Dr. Tanya Scott. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board and President Werner. Thank you so much for having me here tonight to talk about this data. I'm sure that you're going to have questions for me, and I so appreciate you inviting me, but I'm going to start off with a question for you. So when you look at this image, what is it that you see?
Piece of granite.
We just redid our kitchen, so I feel a depletion of my wallet.
Is it too soon? Too soon? Too soon?
I'd say a slab of marble.
Mm-hmm. So when I look at that, that's what I see. I see a slab of marble. But this man, Michelangelo, and I'm sure I'm not saying that dramatically enough. It should be like Michelangelo. But when Michelangelo looked at this slab of marble, this is what he looked at this slab of marble, and this is what he saw. And this is what he said about it. I saw the angel in the marble, and I carved until I set him free. And when I think about my tenure as a teacher and as an educator, this quote rings so true to me, but specifically for our learners who maybe don't have access to letting their great thoughts and their great ideas be amplified. So in my work with English language learners, this quote has always been very poignant to me, that I saw the angel in the slab of marble, and I had to do what it took to set him free. So if you think about Michelangelo, he was an artist, but he was also a scientist. Everyone in his like was, right? The Renaissance. They were engineers, they were scientists, they were artists. He was an anatomist. I didn't know that was a thing, but it's a thing apparently. And they saw that beauty in that slab of marble, and they used their artistry and they used that science to set it free, and that's what teaching is. So when Michelangelo saw that slab of marble and he saw that, he needed something to set it free. So I have yet another question. What was it that he needed to set that angel free?
He needed tools.
He needed tools. I'm not a sculptor, I'm not an engineer, but he needed tools. And as an educator, assessment is an essential tool for teaching and learning. And that's a distinction. There's a distinction between teaching and learning. Sometimes we use assessment as that science. We know that we taught what we taught and they learned it, but sometimes we use that as a tool for learning. That tells us where we need to go from there. That's the art. I think assessment is the science, and that it tells us what we've done, but it's also the art. It tells us how we use those tools. Where do we carve? Where do we shave? Where do we brush? How do we set those angels free? So I'm here tonight to talk to you about one of the tools we have in our English language department and in our school district to know what we do to set those angels free. So per the Every Child Succeeds Act and the Nevada Administrative Code, an English learner proficiency assessment is administered K through 12 for students who have been identified as an English language learner. English learners are defined as students for whom another language other than English is spoken in the home, as indicated by a parent or a guardian, and also that student has demonstrated that they're not proficient in English yet. So that's a very specific thing. Approximately 950 students in our school district meet that criteria, and another 1,500 students have exited the program. This means that together, approximately 30% of the students that attend school in Carson City School District have participated in the English Learner Program. The English Language Proficiency Assessment administered in Nevada presently is the Access Test. And that is the data that I've been asked to share with you today. So just a little background on the Access Test. It's administered once a year per ESSA. Presently, again, it's the WIDA, that's the publisher, the Access Test. And it measures 4 language domains. That means when students take that test, they're assessed in speaking, they're assessed in listening, they're assessed in reading, and assessed in writing. I'd like to say something about that, though. It's not a 4-legged chair. So that they receive a composite score, which is what kind of is like the be-all, end-all, but it's not a 25, 25, 25, 25. It's not weighted that way. Students have to demonstrate proficiency in academic language, which lies heavily in reading and writing. It's not a 25, 25, 25. So when we show students are proficient, that they are strong in that academic language, which lies heavily in reading and writing. So the purpose of this assessment in general is that it generates data that indicates that the goals of our program are being met. And those goals are twofold. That students reach proficiency, and I will say there's an asterisk there. That language learning is a journey and it's not a destination. So that although our students exit and we consider them reclassified, it's still a journey. That their scores count as part of that population for the rest of their academic life in Nevada. That's an NRS. It's not as though we're done with those students. We consider them exited, and then we monitor them for 4 years per ESSA again, so that we're super concerned about their academic achievement, although they've been reclassified. I like to say exited but not forgotten. And then another goal of the program is growth. We want to show that they're moving developmentally through those stages of language acquisition. So really, those are the primary goals. So during the 2020-2021 year, 229 students participated in the administration of the Access Test. I would like to note that some of those students include students who participate in the alternate access, which means there are students who don't participate in the mainstream academic assessments. So we're also talking about students who take the alternate access, which are students who participate in the NAW, the Nevada Alternative Assessment, so that they're students who are have IEPs, who are not considered capable of taking mainstream assessments. This includes the entire school population who are English learners. So to exit, to talk about our first point of our goal as a school district, students must have an overall composite score. So again, that's the 4 domains: speaking, listening, reading, writing. Again, not a 4-legged chair. It's not developed that way. They need to meet a 4.5 to meet the criteria to be classified as exited. Last year, approximately 9% of the ELA population in our school district met the criteria to exit the program. We also...
Is that better than the years before, or is that par for the course, or what is that 9%?
The typical anticipated exit rate for our district and the state of Nevada is 14%. Give or take a couple decimal points.
Do you, is the hybrid schedule we were on the last year or so and the lack of schooling for a while, did that have an impact?
I don't have any quantitative data to support that assertion, But I would say, as far as participation, our school district was, I would say, had more students participate than most because we were on a hybrid, whereas some school districts in Nevada were not even on a hybrid. So as far as participation, so at this juncture, it's difficult to answer that question. But I will say it's lower than what we would typically expect, but I would venture to say it's higher than participation-wise that we would even have that data to make that assertion.
Thank you.
So there's also an alternative path to exit, which is put forth by the state of Nevada, which we exercised this year. And 12 students were reclassified based on that alternative pathway. And that alternative pathway indicates that students have a 4.00 to 4.4, and it's in conjunction with they've showed proficiency in a standardized exam, and that is both in English language arts and math. So we also had, again, trying to always capture the largest net we can, we've also had students that showed proficiency in that. So we added that into our total of students that had exited. So looking at the other point is our growth. So approximately 50% of students achieve the requisite compositive growth criteria as defined by our school district to show that they've made adequate growth, which means that they did not require what we call an individual language education plan that indicated that they had some sort of gap or they weren't making requisite growth. So again, going back to my initial statement, assessment is an essential tool for teaching and learning. And I would again say that assessment is that tool that shows us the science, who didn't go where they needed to go. But it's also the super important tool that shows us about the art. So where do we carve? Where do we shape? What do we need to do? Where do we need to go from now? And so obviously, without saying this has been an unusual year, President Varner, like it, I'm not going to be disingenuous and say the data doesn't look the way it usually looks, but it's that data that ultimately the role of assessment is to drive instruction, to tell us that art, it's the art. Where do we carve? What tools do we need? So other than assessment, we have other essential tools that are responsive to the data that we have. So I want to take just a minute to tell you about those other tools that we have. So one of our tools is we are blessed in this district to have in-house English language development and acquisition coursework. Formerly, that was called TESOL, Teaching English as a Second Language. The state has reframed that as English Language Acquisition and Development. We presently have 212 teachers who hold that endorsement on their license. In my tenure in this position, when I started, we had about 15. So if you think about that exponentially, it's extraordinary. And we still offer that in-house, and we have several teachers that are presently participating in that. We have a two-lane highway, I like to call it. We have teachers who teach focused English language development. Some of you might think of that as ESL coursework that teach students who have that as a pullout or in the secondary coursework as their English credit. So we have a two-lane highway. In conjunction with that, we have almost every teacher in our school district has had training, 45 hours of high-quality sheltered instruction. It's a school board reg, 219, that new teachers within their first 18 months of hire participate in that instruction, and we continue with that endeavor. We have ongoing professional learning. The Nevada Department of Education has rolled out some standards. We've had ongoing professional development in that. And again, the HQSI continues. And again, we continue to offer the ELAD endorsement to teachers and offer them an incentive for earning that endorsement. We also have an EL advisory team. We've partnered with the community, with Trustee Ramirez. Thank you for being on our EL advisory, where we solicit feedback from all stakeholders regarding the advancement and the education of English learners. and that is ongoing and alive, and we meet quarterly. And then we're working towards advancement. So one of the things what we're planning for next year is the advancement via individual determination. So AVID, we've embraced AVID as a school district, and there is a part of that which is called Excel, which is intended for long-term English learners. Long-term English learners are considered students who have been in school for more than 6 years and have not exited the program. So if we really look at the data, we do see at the middle school and high school a lower percentage of students who are exiting, which makes sense because there is a greater percentage at the elementary school, and that is the natural development and progression you would want them to take. But we're looking to address that to meet those needs of those students who aren't maybe meeting those criteria for exit that we would hope that they would. And then this is the one thing I feel I feel passionate about it all, but we're offering enrichment opportunities. So as a member of the EL department, I should have introduced myself. I'm the Assistant Director of Equity and EL Programming, and also my counterpart is Macy, who's the who's the Director of Equity. We see on every committee, math, ELA, with that lens of what can we do for English learners to make sure that they have every access to every opportunity. So for example, we've worked with the GATE committee, and I'm looking for Joanna, she's left too, to see that we are casting a wide net so that everybody has that opportunity to participate, so that there aren't systematic barriers if you're a gifted student to being qualified as gifted that's linguistic. So we do that. Also this year, we've partnered with schools and used our some of our funding to offer Wild Horse Children's Theater at Empire Elementary. They're going to do a workshop with a play at the end, and also a Mark Twain Elementary with art classes, typical to what they had at the Children's Museum in the past pre-COVID, so that they have art classes during summer school that culminates in an art show that will be displayed in the community. So really working towards not only what do we do to remediate students who maybe are developing their English language skills, but what can we do to inspire them? So that is one of the things I'm really excited about in this position. So going back to my original quote, I saw the angel in the marble and I carved until I set him free. So again, I want to say that Michelangelo, he saw that slab of marble, and he didn't only see that. He saw a lot of other things. He saw this angel. He saw that angel. He saw this angel, and many others. And this was the precursor to that quote. He said, every block of angel has a statue inside it, and it is the task of the sculptor to discover it. And I feel so hopeful in this role that is our role as educators. And I look around and I see so many of my colleagues who have supported over the years that this is what we're doing. It's English learners are a diverse group within themselves. To say someone's an English learner, I gave that DOJ definition. It doesn't capture it. Within themselves, it's still a diverse and dynamic group of students. And that is our goal, and that is our role as an educator and as a sculptor, to figure out how do we use those tools, not just assessment, how do we use the tools we have to carve and set them free. So I so appreciate your support in that endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Mike?
Well, one of the things as a new teacher in the district, and this will probably stress Mr. Stokes out to remember this. I was one of the classrooms that the Department of Justice came through to see how our ELL students were receiving services, and there were findings against us. And so it's through the hard work of Tanya, who I spent many hours in classes with, sometimes hearing Carrie Pryor's not so wonderful singing and eating of rotten fruit and vegetables. But the real truth is, you are not only teaching us as professionals how to interpret that data, but you're giving us those tools to meet the needs of our students. And so this education for our ELL students has vastly been improved. And so that's due to your hard work, it's due to the commitment of the district and the leadership of Mr. Stokes. And so I would just say good job. And this is a tough time everywhere. Assessment data is not ideal for anyone right now, but we have the tools as we bounce back to get back to where we were. And so, thank you.
Laurel?
Thank you, Dr. Scott. I serve on the English Mastery Council for the state of Nevada, and we took a bit of a hiatus last year because we knew that schools were hanging on by their fingernails, and so we didn't request a review of the English learner policies last year because they had so many other things. But we have done that work previously. When I first started on the board, was it 4 years ago, maybe 5? I don't know. They went a little faster than you'd think. But one of the things that we were working on reviewing on the English Mastery Council was the council made recommendations for new requirements for districts to have in their English learner district policies that are adopted by boards, and then that guides the training. Carson City's English learner district policy was used as an example to all the districts in the state. Because it was thorough and it met all the requisites. Since the time that I've been on the board and we've given that feedback to these districts, all districts in the state now have district policies that meet the English learner requirements. And they're working on some other new things, and they're going to be reviewing the English learner plans and getting more feedback back on that. But I think there's good things happening with English learners in our district. And I'm one of the other things I'm proud of is the efforts that have been made by our leaders to look for those GATE students who may be English learners. Our staff, Valerie Dockery, with Tanya's Dr. Scott's assistance and everything, she's looking at when identifying, and the GATE Advisory Council, when identifying English learners who may potentially be GATE, she is not taking the composite COGAT score, with composite that measures math and language and writing, because students can be gifted in an area but maybe score lower on the language, and which is where English language learners typically score. And so that opens up the opportunity to recognize those kids because they do have additional needs sometimes in the classroom. So I like that. And
Back to that, it's the angel and the marble. It's not about their thinking. They have great thoughts and have a lot to say, and it's our job as the practitioner to figure out how to amplify that, how to get it out. And if we only measure it in ways that measure that, then we're remiss.
And I think that's something, and I don't know, it's probably anecdotal that I've heard, but reports I heard from some of the principals last year was that there was concerns that more of the English language learners had chosen the full remote option rather than the hybrid, which could be, we'd probably have to dig deeper in it, but that could be contributing to a little bit to the lower exit rates this year.
Mm-hmm.
That was really long, sorry.
Joe?
Hi, Dr. Scott. Thank you. I appreciate that. For those that might be wondering, when you ran over some of the percentages and whatnot, for those that don't understand what goes into that, we said right now we've got a pass rate of about 9%. We expect about 14%. Where does 14% come from, and how does that can we draw a comparison with surrounding states on how they're doing, how we're doing versus them? And is there room for improvement? Kind of what's our next step, if you will?
Well, Mr. Casio, there is a metric that measures that through the state, which we call AGP, which is adequate growth percentile. And the way that works, if you were a second grader and you were a level 3 English learner, you're compared to level 3 English learners who are a second grader in other states. So this was a unique year. Our test window in Nevada was extended to September 17th. So we just now received data in December. So where normally we would have that validated data at this point, we don't have that. But I would say, like, going back, like, I know this is controversial, but like, you know how people now, they get like a participation award for soccer and everybody's upset because you just participate and you get, but if Carson City got a participation award, I'm quite certain we would get it as far as participation. Because as Ms. Crossman was saying, like, a lot of school districts, we had more than 95%. They didn't care about percentage, but of participation, but we had about 95% participation. So I don't have that validated data, but so it's hard to say. But I will say I feel confident that that data looks good because it's like no other measure you could measure. So language development and academic achievement are two different paradigms. So when we measure academic achievement, you're in school. I taught a standard. I taught it. I know you learned it. Language development is different. It's everything that's happening for you in your whole life. So I don't have that validated data, but I would say that I feel super comfortable with 9% when we usually have 14% in a time when data doesn't look like what it usually looks like. So I can't
Sure.
answer the question.
And I appreciate that. And it's not, certainly not fair to
Yes.
ask you to come up with that right now.
Well, I
but
will say this though.
Oh, go ahead.
So statistically, like our elementary schools, we usually exit more students because there's more students in elementary school. And also that's what you would expect, right? If the goal is that they enter school and they exit within 5 or 6 years. So at the elementary school, our percentage of exits was about over 12%. So if you look at if you kind of disaggregate that data, it doesn't look dire in my view.
No, thank you. And I don't really have a measure to know whether or not it's dire or not. I just try and understand the numbers and the process, if you will. And so, you know, the next time we get updates and whatnot, especially as we start rolling again on all four wheels, you know, being able to track that, or even looking before COVID started, kind of, you know, how were we tracking, and then where are we going, and you know, I'm just trying to learn. Is 14% or 9% or
A little
you know,
over
12% realistic, or should we
14
be
is-
at like 16?
No, usually NDE wise and federal wise, it's a little over 14 that has been expected to exit.
Okay.
But I will say this, and I meant to say this, like the participation is kudos to our test coordinators, to our administrators who during the hybrid had students come on Mondays and found ways to get them there to participate. So that high participation, I say it like with not snarky, but that I'd like to give a participation award, is kudos to the leadership in this school district who made that happen. And the teachers too that participated in that test administration process who maybe typically in the past had not.
Sure. Thank you.
Lupe, go ahead.
Okay, if my button works. So, Dr. Scott, I just want to thank you for inviting me to be part of the advisory team. I was very impressed with the input that I heard from the teachers, from the administrators present at that meeting that I attended, and I am a firm believer that all students can succeed with the right support, in this case with the right tools that you showed us on your presentation. So, and it does take a village. It does take a village to get the students to get through the educational system. So thanks to everyone who is, supporting these efforts. I definitely would love to see more students going into the GATE pathway and also the Jumpstart and AP classes. Yes. I definitely would love to, I'm curious to see what percentage of students, that are exiting from the program are going into any of those advanced programs. Yes.
Making inroads through the advisory are also supporting inroads to supporting students who have native language abilities. So at the middle school, at Carson Middle School, we've had this year Spanish for Spanish speakers, sometimes called heritage language. And then we're adding that at Eagle Valley. And then also we're furthering that, I'm going to say, Dr. or Jenny Chandler, at the high school. So that we're really looking at, so how do we capitalize on the funds that students already bring to our school linguistically? And then also with the Spanish classes, we're having 2 paths where you could take one path where maybe you take AP Spanish, but also a path for Spanish speakers, which is more occupational. So that we're really looking at how do we take what students already are bringing to the table and then capitalize on that, and also having students get that biliteracy seal in their diploma. So I meant to say that with the EL advisory, that's one of, I always say there's a fine line between having an agenda for your meeting and having an agenda. But one of my goals is that we really look at students, what are they already bringing as a fund, as a linguistic fund, and how do we capitalize on that as a community as far as enriching their school experience.
Don, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the education and thank you for doing this difficult work. Just a question. Ideally, the ESL students, you want to get them in preschool even, before kindergarten. For the kids that come later, I know you touched upon it in high school and middle school.
Mm-hmm.
We do have extra resources. We can maybe give them some extra help to push them along a little quicker.
We are looking at that as far as the Avid Excel, but I will say that an English learner is an English learner, although they might have diverse needs. We're practitioners, so the skills and what you bring to the table as a practitioner is the same regardless of the students, whether they have low incident languages. I will say we are getting a handful of students that are refugees, which bring with them a different host of needs that maybe we haven't experienced in the past. So we're looking to our community partners to really meet those needs as far as their social emotional needs. So on this past Professional Learning Day, we did have our partnership with Northern Nevada International Center and also Washoe County School District as far as how do we meet the needs of students, because we do have, I didn't include it in my presentation. I was very I thought about it a lot. But we do have a handful of students who speak what we call a low incident language. So most of our students are Spanish speakers, but a Spanish speaker is not a Spanish speaker. We have students that come from Central America, El Salvador. It's not the same. It's not an equal playing field. So we're really looking at, again, as one of our tools is professional learning, bringing partners into the community to address the needs of those students. But at the end of the day, we're practitioners, we're teaching English. So it's knowing the best practices and how to meet our students where they're at, regardless of their language needs, to move them forward. You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions? I'm glad you addressed it. I was going to ask you about the refugees that are coming into the schools and your plan to address their needs, but you kind of touched upon it, but can you expand upon that a little bit? What other plans do you have? Are you going to have other language speakers come in? Do they have access to some kind of online or remote training or learning?
So through our school district, we have 2 partnerships that help in that regard. We've dedicated funds to TransPerfect, which allows us to communicate with parents in a low incident language on demand. So it's basically a 3-way phone call. I don't know really how it works, but at any moment we could have somebody in any language on the phone. And then this year we've also partnered with the UNR language bank, which translates, which means written documents. So we've always had interpreting. In my tenure, we've had that luxury of having that, but it's translating. So we have where you could have written documents in a variety of languages. And so it's a very budding friendship or relationship with the UNR Language Bank and UNR International Center, just because in the past we really haven't had an influx of refugees. And I think it would be exaggerated to say we've had an influx, but we really have had some families that have resettled here. And so again, we've partnered with our community, and it's a learning process. But at the end of the day, I would say it's still about our practice. So the practice of teaching English learners is not about teaching Spanish speakers. It's about teaching anybody who does not speak English as their first language. And we're practitioners. And so it's still a matter of implementing those best practices. But I would say that I will have reached out, and we are having a budding connection with our community, just because not only our school district, we've all been experiencing maybe students or the needs of students who are English learners that we have not experienced in my tenure in my work in this district.
Thank you. I kind of wanted the public to know that information. Also, I know that access testing is very stressful for the teachers.
And myself.
I know that personally.
Everybody, yes.
And so I just want to thank the teachers who are the EL teachers.
Yes.
I know it's not easy work for them either. So not only are you doing a good job, but I want to recognize the teachers who are involved in the program. It's doing a terrific job too.
And again, I would say that test coordinators and the administrators, it's a multi-layered process. And a high stake, literally a high stakes process.
It is, yeah. But again, just thank you, and I'll open it one more time if any more comments. If not, we'll let Dr. Scott go.
Okay, thank you, because I'm going to go tomorrow and access test, so thank you.
Yeah, I know it's stressful.
Probably not going to sleep today, but thank you,
Yeah.
President Burr. Okay,
Thank you. All right. Moving on to agenda item number 11, presentation of the learning acceleration plans for the elementary schools in the Carson City School District for the 2021-2022 school year. This is for discussion only, and we have a whole host of people going to be presenting. We'll start with Dr. Tasha Fuzon. Thank you. And then did you want to introduce the other speakers, or do you want me to?
We can introduce ourselves as we go through our presentation.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, President Varner. Tasha Fuson for the record. First off, I want you to know that we have retermed loss of learning. So you may have heard the term loss of learning several times over the past 2 years with COVID. And the newest research is saying we really need to not focus on the loss of learning for students and instead focus on accelerating learning for students. Otherwise, giving up 2 years of time, if you will simply put our students behind. And we know that if proper intervention and supports are provided, then we can accelerate that learning and get students back on track. So this is our presentation on acceleration of learning, previously known as loss of learning. I believe you know, in our ESSER 3 application, we were required to reserve at least 20% of the funds to implement evidence-based strategies and interventions in accordance with ESSA. So when we do provide interventions, we actually have to go to research them to make sure that they have research behind them supporting what, the programs that we bring into the schools. They're just not, let's do an after-school program and do, work with clay, that kind of thing. So we actually have to research the interventions that we provide, and they have to be in accordance with ESSA. Those interventions have to respond to students' academic needs. They have to respond to students' social and emotional learning needs. And they have to address the impact of COVID-19 on underrepresented student groups. So our English language learners, our special ed students, and our free and reduced lunch students. So the start of our acceleration of learning programming really started this past summer with our summer academies. Our elementary summer program ran from June 9th through June 25th. From 7:45 to 11:45 every day for 13 days. Our secondary programs ran from June 9th through June 30th. A little bit longer day in secondary because students typically had 2 AM session and a PM session. Some students went all day. Some students just went one or the other sessions. But that lasted for 16 days. And then Pioneer Academy Also ran from June 9th through June 30th for 4 hours a day for 16 days. Overall, we had 792 of our students that were served district-wide, 399 students at the elementary level, 76 students at the middle school level, and 317 students at the high school level. District enrollment on June 2nd was just under 7,800, so approximately a little over 10% of our students participated. I think that was an important point to share with you all, that we had a large participation. Of that, 209 of our students signed up for transportation. 792 of our students, if you'll notice that's basically 100% of the kids who attended, had access to breakfast and lunch. So nutrition services actually served 4,262 breakfasts and 4,489 lunches. For funding, we spent a little over $30,000 from general fund. Our 21st Century grant, so that is like our after-school programming grant, like that runs the solutions program or provides funding for solutions at the high school, came in at just a little over $117,000. And then our ESSER 2 funds, we used about a little over $68,000. So we invested about $215,000 into summer programming last year. Then we moved into this year, so we had some initial planning thoughts as we moved into this year. We had originally allocated interventionists for each school. That interventionist could be a certified or a classified person, depending on the school's programming that they put together. We had planned to serve, or to do before and or after school programming, as well as intervention blocks during the school day. We intended to provide transportation and have after school snacks. So when I say intended to, is because although these were our thoughts and our ideas as we started heading into the year, as our schools started putting their programs together, we did run into staffing issues. For instance, we did not, as you know, have enough bus drivers to actually provide transportation to some of our programs. Some of our programs started 3 or 4 weeks late, waiting for us to be able to provide transportation. Some of our schools were not able to hire interventionists, so instead they did things like prep buyouts for teachers or extra pay for teachers after school, those types of massaging of our initial plans. I say that because I'm going to now invite our principals up to actually talk about what their programs look like in each of their schools. There is not a one-size-fits-all for all schools. They literally had to build unique programs based on what resources they had. So we are going to go through our schools in alphabetical order. So I'm going to ask Ms. Principal Cheryl Roquetta to come on up and talk about Bordewick Bray.
All right, good evening. I'm Cheryl Roquetta, the principal at Bordewick. And we were very, very fortunate at Bordewick where we were able to hire a full-time interventionist to work with our students in grades 1st through 5th. In fact, Nicole Medeiros, who was here earlier as the board certified teacher, she is our interventionist. And what we put into place are intervention groups throughout the day. So every grade level has a 45-minute intervention group. And during that 45 minutes, students are pulled into smaller groups with not only Nicole, our interventionist, but also with Nancy Varner, our EL designee, and our special education teachers. And so that then the students that are left then are smaller groups within the classroom, so that every student for those 45 minutes are receiving very targeted interventions. In addition to that, we are able to put into place an after-school program for our 1st through 5th graders. We run that 3 days a week. We focus on reading and math. We have 6 teachers currently and 4 paraprofessionals that are helping with that program. When we decided who we were going to target for our program, so for our intervention pullout with Ms. Medeiros, when we focused with students that were between the 20th and 40th percentile, because we wanted to get them up over the 40th percentile, because as you know, for Read by Grade 3, those below the 40th percentile are on a learning plan, and so a reading plan. So we wanted to help those students become more proficient with reading. And then the same also with math. We invited for the after-school program, we invited 120 students that were in that demographic for the after-school program, and we were able to have 74 that are attending consistently. So school-wide, we had from our fall data to our winter data, we had some really good results that we were very happy with to show that we're going in the right direction. We had 55% of our students in reading met their growth, and that was up from 39% in the fall. And then we also had 60% of our students made their projected growth in math, up from 50% in the fall. So we are very pleased to see that trend. We also decreased the number of students who were below the 41st percentile in reading from 46% down to 39%, and then increased those that were above the 60th percent. 60th percent being important because that shows proficiency, likely proficiency on the SBAC test. So we went from, where did I lost my place here? We went from 34% up to 37% from fall to winter in reading. And then we also decreased in math, the number that were below the 41st percentile. We went from 44% to 38%, and then also increased for the 60th percentile from 33 to 37. So we were very happy to see that we were headed in the right direction, closing in on our school-wide goals that we have for the year. So we're excited to continue with this and look to see where we're at in the spring. Moving forward, we're just going to continue to monitor. We are doing a lot of professional development on targeted interventions, also along with the AVID program to make sure our instruction's rigorous. Our after-school program will be continuing through April, and then we are excited to be able to continue with our interventionists next school year.
Thank you. Any questions for Principal Riquetta?
I
Laurel,
just
go
have a
ahead.
question on your previous slide when you talked about targeting the students between the 20th and 40th percentile based on MAP data. What about those students that were lower than the 20th percentile? Is that just such a small number that are there different targets for any that fall below the 20th percentile of on MAP data?
With our interventions, because every student is getting interventions at the same amount of time for 45, so even though the 20th to the 40th percentile were those that we targeted that we're going to get pulled out to work specifically with our interventionists. But every student is getting interventions differentiated to meet their needs. And so no matter, even our lower students were, and a lot of those students that were in the lower percentiles are also students that are getting pulled out that may be on an IEP program. So they're getting pulled out, getting individual supports based off of their IEP. Mm-hmm.
I will have to say for all of the schools, that's one of the challenges is that although we want to make sure we have appropriate supports for our students, we also don't want to over-remediate students. So if they're being served on an IEP or if they're an LEP student that's being served in a pull-out model, you don't want to then pull them out again more time for a different intervention. So you're going to kind of see that consistently across our schools when they talk about target groups.
Joe?
Thank you. Just a quick question. In your slide, you said the program has 6 teachers and 4 paraprofessionals, and we know we have staffing shortages and things like that. And not being a teacher, I mean, how hard is it to pair up a professional teacher, say, in a primary grade with those students? Or, do we have the appropriate grade level teachers working with these kids, or is that not so important? You know what I mean? Do we have 5th grade teachers working with 1st grade students?
We did the best that we could with pairing that up, but we do. So I struggled with getting primary teachers that would work with those. So we do have like a 4th grade teacher that's working with our 1st grade group. That was probably the biggest discrepancy that we had. But when you talk to that teacher, to her it was kind of like even though that's not the group of students that she works with, which would be ideal. She still enjoys having that little bit of a change. And so it's difficult. It's really hard to get teachers. And so sometimes teachers like to have that difference. So it's a little bit different than what they're normally doing outside of their comfort zone.
Okay, thank you.
I think just an important thing to note about that too, that I think that was a good question, Trustee Castigopo. Normally when we do interventions outside of the school day, they're more skills-based, based on where the students' learning gaps are. Where in most cases, when we do interventions within the classrooms, they're based on the grade level curriculum and shoring that up for students. So I think it's easier to be able to have teachers work cross grade levels when you're doing the skills based, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? The after-school program you're talking about, is that the Dolphin Club, what's referred to as Dolphin Club?
Yes, it's the Dolphin Club.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. If Principal Squires can come up and join me, we will talk about Empire Elementary next.
Good evening, Susan Squires, Principal of Empire Elementary School. Before I present to you my slide, I want to say that although we're going to talk about two specific things that happen at my school, I want to give credit to every single staff member that is on my staff, from my office manager and secretary to my custodian, my head cook, my teachers, all of my specialists. There is nobody in my building right now that isn't working towards acceleration for our students' learning. And I want to give praise to them right now in front of everybody. They deserve every single bit of it for their hard work. So with our funding for accelerated learning, we did two specific things. First of all, we did hire a full-time interventionist that is working with students daily in ELA and math foundational skills. And these students are all students that are below the 10th percentile in MAP. So they are the ones in our school from kindergarten to 5th grade that are struggling the most with foundational skills. The other thing that we put into place was our, and listen to this title, Fact Fluency Fun Club, because if you call it something fun, maybe they'll come, that we do every morning for students who were struggling with math fact fluency. And our school-wide goal on our school improvement plan was to really focus in the areas of numbers and operation, because that is where we have found that our students are having the biggest trouble. And when you narrow that down, it comes right down to fact fluency. When our students don't have their math facts known, it makes it much harder to then go on and do operations without knowing your math facts. So we're focusing on that for our kids. So you can see that the number of students that we are seeing for intervention in ELA and math are very small groups. We are not at this time able to service 3rd and 5th grade students because of our block scheduling. There wasn't a way in our day that we could create for our interventionist to be able to target those kids. Otherwise, she would not be able to use the restroom, have lunch, or breathe. So we created our schedule as is, and she is continuing to see the same students all year long. Oftentimes we will switch students out, but we want to make sure that these students really have a good grasp of foundational skills. And then the number of students that are attending our Facts Fluency Fun Club, it was small to begin with. Both of these programs we struggled with getting off the ground for health reasons, other things that got in the way. We struggled getting them started. So our Fact Fluency Fun Club didn't actually get started until later in the school year, but is ramping up now, because after our first semester, our teachers were able to see where which students really needed to have that extra support. So there have been more students that have been added to this program than the numbers that you see on there. So our data, again, because we struggled a little bit with getting these programs up and running, and then one of our interventionists being out for quite some time, we don't have as much data as we would like to have, but we did find that our kindergarten students being seen for foundational skills improved their RIT scores on the MAP test by 10 points or more. Students being seen by the interventionist in ELA, and she's using the Heggerty Phonics program, hadn't been assessed when I made this slide, but at this time, their MAP growth went anywhere up from 6% to 28% in their math growth in ELA. Our growth in math numbers and base 10, every student that is being seen moved at least one RIT band or more. And in our Facts Fluency Club, it hadn't been assessed at that time, and we're having a little hard time assessing exactly what we want based on the program that we're using, but we have seen great growth. We had our first Math B for this school year, where we had students in all of our grade levels competed like a spelling bee, a Math B, for the top winners in their grade level, which was really fun to see. We had one student who attended our Fact Fund Fluency from the day it started. He attended every single day for 3 months and went from 53% proficient in multiplication to 100% proficient in multiplication. And so he's a 5th grade student, but I'm going to tell you that's going to take him a long way in knowing, being able to move forward in operations. So moving forward, we're going to continue with our interventionist. We will get to have her again next year. Continuing with small groups, very targeted skills for the remainder of the year. And our intention is to increase the number of students that are in our Fact Fluency Fun Club by changing it up a little bit, giving it incentives, really praising them for consistent attendance. It's in the morning, so attendance can be sometimes difficult, but we have our parent advocate involved in making phone calls to parents of kids who have signed up to come to just get the attendance up. So we're hoping to continue that as well and to be able to encourage more kids to come to that.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Joe?
Thanks, Susan. You mentioned, if I heard you right, that you're having a little bit of trouble with some of the assessments because of the program that Empire is using.
It's
Did I
just,
hear that right?
just because we're using a program called, well, I can't even say we're using it. Our Fact Fund Fluency Club, again, because it took us a while to get started, for our teacher to actually get started in using it. She wasn't sure what exactly she wanted to use. And so we played a little bit with using different kinds of programs, games, flashcards, et cetera. And one of the programs they're using is called Extra Math. And so we're still learning how to use it, how to use the assessment piece of it so that we get some accurate data. So it's not that we don't have data, I just don't know how valid or accurate it actually is right now.
So it's just a learning curve then for staff.
It really is, and unfortunately, our teacher that runs it, health-wise, has had some struggles this year too. So,
Okay. No, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Joe. Any other questions or comments? I have one. I was wondering, for myself and for the public who may be listening, when you say that in math, everyone scored at least a 1 RIT band, what is that?
so when the students take the MAP assessment, they are given RIT scores in the different sections of the MAP tests that they take. And so when you lay that out on a continuum, there are bands, RIT bands with those numbers. And you can put a student into each one of those bands for every part of the MAP test that they take. So numbers and operations is one of the things that we're working on. So students will fall into those RIT band areas, okay? And you can look at their names and you can find out this is exactly what you need where the students are learning for, let's say, base 10, okay? So to move from the one RIT band that they're in to the next RIT band shows that they are making progress in whatever that is. And so we have had those kids be able to move 1 RIT band, 2 RIT bands, making progress in those areas. Does that make sense? I'm sure somebody can explain it a little more.
No, I think it did fine, but
accurately, but
RIT is probably an acronym for something, you know?
it's a
So
Okay.
it's like
lack
Fact
of
Fund Fluency. It's just fun to say, ROSH unit.
Yeah.
in
All right.
education, we like to make things as difficult as humanly possible. And therefore, a RIT score is a very difficult score to use because it's not like on a scale that you would be used to. But what Susan's saying is exactly that, is that you can tell a student's movement by moving from the bands. But it's difficult. You can't say, oh, well, the kid got a 90% on a test that's 100 points. You know what I mean? So unfortunately, we'd like to give you a better explanation, but it's difficult sometimes for us to even really follow exactly how they do those. But those scores are renormed constantly based on how students do, if that makes sense. So they're constantly moving as well, and it's based on the group of students that took that assessment at the time that assessment was taken. And it's so that you can constantly see that it's a dynamic score and not stale that stays put. I don't know if that makes sense, but the better all the students in third grade do at the time the test is taken, then the higher the score goes up. So you can't use like a comparison from this year to that year. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if I muddied the water.
No, I think it makes sense.
One of the great ways, I'll just say, that our teachers are able to use it, that's exciting for our teachers to watch, is when we differentiate learning for them and we know that a student is in a lower RIT band than where they should be at grade level, and we teach them right in that area for what they need to know. And then when we see them move, we can watch them getting closer and closer to being at grade level, and then know exactly, our teachers are able to see exactly, this is what I need to teach my student next. And now she's moved here and this is what I teach her next. And so that's how we use those RIT bands.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you for the work you're doing and all your staff. It looks like it's moving in the right direction. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, next up is Dr. Ward with an update on Fremont Elementary.
Jennifer Ward for the record. Just a little bit about the RIT score. The nice part about a RIT score is it doesn't matter who at what grade level scores. At a 200, it's kind of like weight. If you have a first grader who weighs 200 pounds and a fifth grader who weighs 200 pounds, the doctor may say something to you, okay? So the weight is the academic weight. So a 200 RIT in first grade is the same weight, is the same academic skills as a fifth grader who scores a 200. So it is a nice unit of measurement, and that's the whole design of our MAP test, is that you can see a kindergarten student all the way through an eighth grade student scoring a RIT score. It is a numeric way of saying what academic skills does that student have in the various goal strands areas. So you can do almost a competency type of assessment, being able to group students outside of grades, outside of skill levels. All you're doing is looking at the RIT band area, and that is at what their instructional level. So just a little note.
Well, thank you.
So at Fremont, we got a slow start. We do not have an interventionist for this year. We will have an interventionist for academics and behavior for next year. It is our hope that we will be hiring a certified employee to fill that role. With our attendance support, we decided, because of our chronic absenteeism, we needed additional phone calls, conversations. So we have bilingual support that calls our families who are struggling with attendance and really making that personal connection. You know, what's going on with the family? How's the things going? Rather than just sending them the attendance letters that they would normally get at the 5-day, 10-day, 15-day increments. And so we also added an after-school program. With our interventionist position, we missed out on what we wanted to do with our dyslexia program. So we incorporated that into our after-school program. And then we looked at staffing and we looked at availability, and we were able to pull second and third grade students for our after-school program. We have 4 teachers who work on dyslexia. 2 are special ed teachers. 1 is a speech path. And we also have a paraprofessional who does our dyslexia program, as well as our ESL teacher. So those are trained in the 100, teaching your student to read in 100 lessons. It is a dyslexia program that also focuses on letter formation. So the students work one-on-one with an adult. It is a time intensive, so it is only 3 students per adult in order to make that program happen. The other program that we have is our 2nd through 3rd grade, and it is 2 2nd grade teachers and 2 3rd grade teachers who are teaching that program. So we started in November, and we anticipate wrapping up in April. And so our MAP scores we did not feel were relevant in this comparison because the students had only attended 6 days. So that would be disingenuous to include our MAP scores. But we looked at how many students we were able to capture in our after-school programs. We have 50 students, 25 in 2nd and 25 in 3rd between those 2 teachers. So nice groups of 12 to 13 students per teacher. We have 13 students that we are able to serve in our dyslexia program with 2 openings. We also shifted what our reading coach, so our reading coach, Pam Copperthwaite, does during the day. She picks up quite a bit of our students that are not able to attend our after-school program or who we program a little bit differently in the dyslexia and does one-on-one dyslexia programming for our students during the day. So it's a kind of a dual support for our acceleration of learning for those students. And so we look at our data success point is having successful attendance data. We do have students who are attending regularly every single day of our after-school program in both of those 2 programs. The overall student attendance has been difficult. We have been running at a little over 30% to 33% of our students are chronically absent, meaning that they've missed more than 10% of the school year already, some of which have already missed the mark of 18 days, which is the 10% at the end of the school year, and we're only in day 101. So we have been able to reduce some of those students who are chronically absent. Some of those students, it is by the nature of COVID. It is in their family and it's kind of, they're in quarantine, they get sick, sister gets sick, brother gets sick, and they're out for 3 weeks. So when we look at our success in our attendance, it really is just the relationship we're building with our families and having those conversations rather than just writing them off. And we call and we check on the kids. We make sure that we're having that progress note as part of our funding. So as we are moving forward, we'd love to see that chronically absent percentage decrease. Our goal was to get down to 15%. Prior to COVID, we had 4%. So for our staff, that is a huge impact for our success. It is an impact of our teachers who are trying to continue their instruction on a day-to-day basis, and yet 30% of our students have missed more than 10% of the school year, if not more. So as we move forward, we're just going to continue with our attendance monitoring, and then we will also be adding students to the program if we have openings. We haven't had any of our students really drop out of the program, so we haven't had ability to add students to our program just because of staffing. We will be wrapping up our program at spring break, and then seeing how we can shift that work into our next steps. We do hope to have that interventionist on board for next year to continue our dyslexia work, and then any after-school program that we can put into our programming for next year, either through the 21st century or looking at our title and ESSER funds differently.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the board? Mike?
So you have 13 dyslexic students at your school? Is that what?
So the way that actually indicates, we have 24, I believe 24 at our last count, students that are showing components or elements of the KTEA showing dyslexia. We do not diagnose dyslexia. We simply say that they're showing indicators of dyslexia. And so Ms. Copperthwaite, we do the screener. Yep, that is with our screener. It is students who are struggling and we can't quite pinpoint like why they might not making the progress that we would anticipate them making. second, third, fourth grade, and they go through the KTA screener, and then through our interventions, either in our after-school program or Ms. Copperthwaite, I believe, has 12 students on her caseload, something like that. We are able to capture those students. We also do true dyslexia intervention, is that one-on-one adult. It is a time-intensive, 20 minutes, one-on-one, consistent, not just one day at a time. It is really consistent over and over again. And that is, staffing-wise, a very difficult intervention to do. We also put into our primary intervention time. In our power hour, we do whole group components of phonics instruction, which is not typical in third, fourth, and fifth, but we've incorporated some of our phonics instruction to support more of our students that have those indicators of dyslexia.
Any other comments or questions? Joe?
Dr. Ward, just a general question, after-school programs, the chronic absenteeism, I know you're talking about in school as well, but after school, are we able to provide transportation, or are these kids expected to stay after school, then their families pick them up, or how does that work?
So our students, we decided this year with our transportation complications, all of our students that we invited were able to have transportation from their families. During our after-school program, we have very high attendance.
Okay.
And so the chronic absenteeism is our second component of what we were using some of our funding for, which is making those parent contacts. The actual attendance in our after-school program is over 85%.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Any other board member? Seeing none, I do have something. The 26% absentee rate, does that include the excused and unexcused absences? And
So-
is there different, I mean, can you break those out?
Sure. So in our view, the state has made some changes, and they allow, if a student has a doctor's note, their data gets pulled a little differently. The issue that we felt at Fremont is when we were 4% chronically absent, we counted every student who was not there. So for us, that's apples to apples. If you start saying, oh, well, they're not here because they went to a dentist appointment and the dentist excused them, they're still not in front of us. So when we pull our chronically absent numbers, we look at students who are not in front of us, who are not interacting with us, and who, for whatever reason that is. So at our school, for that statistic that we look at all absences. The state will pull our data and it will look different. It could look much better. I wouldn't say much better, but it will look better because if you extract any student who brings in a doctor's note from that and they don't count on being absent, which is kind of a unique component because if you're not in my building, you're absent. But for the state, for statistics, they're saying based on a doctor's note. And that does help for that particular reason for issues of COVID and such.
Thank you. This is for you, Mrs. Fuson. That 26% at her particular school, do you see that trend throughout the district?
Yes, we do. We have very high absentee rates throughout the district, significantly higher than they've been in the past, more than double typically. So it is attributed, of course, to students being sick, but then when we were doing contact tracing and having to set students out, quarantining, et cetera. So it is been exponentially higher across all sites.
I'll open up one more time. Any questions, comments? I'd just like to say thank you for your presentation and the good work you're doing. I know you run a very good school.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just a shout out to my 9 professionals that stay. those 3 days a week, it makes for a very long day. They are usually there well past 5 o'clock, and most of them are in the building around 7. So I truly appreciate all of the funding, and everything else is fantastic. But if you don't have individuals who can step up and do all the work, it is difficult to present even to this board to say, you know, I have 9, I would love to have 18, but I'm also into staff preservation of not pressuring my people, because if I did, I think I'd have more, but with pressure. So I just have to say a huge shout out to all of those 9 individuals who day in and day out keep going and are doing the best things for kids, on top of all of the people who do awesome work. I kind of echo what Susan, and I'm sure Cheryl is thinking of her staff. We have been rock stars this year, and every one of my staff deserve a high five and then some. And so a little extra love to my after-school people.
Well, thank you. And I do know from personal experience that it is hard to find teachers who are willing to work that. I know my wife does, and I know it was hard at Boardwalk to find as many people as they would like to have had in that program. Thank you.
Okay, Principal Brown is going to come up and talk to us about Fritch Elementary.
Thank you, Mrs. Fuson. Excuse me. Good evening, Dan Brown, the principal of Fritch Elementary School. First of all, I want to thank you all. I know you guys have had some very long evenings and been here and listened to things, and I really appreciate what you guys are doing, so thank you very much. I also want to ditto what Ms. Dr. Ward and Susan Squires said about our staff members. They are going above and beyond, and we really appreciate everything they do. I also want to congratulate Lacey Carey tonight with her being the nationally board certified teacher. She is an ace in my hole at school, and one of the great things about it is that she is our instructional coach, and having the background of being a national board certified teacher, she's able to go in and help coach teachers, but also she has kind of put our program together I want to talk to you guys about today. And she's the one that kind of oversees that, and she's the one that's trained our interventionists, and she meets with them weekly and goes over their data with them weekly, and I really appreciate everything she does. So to start with the evening, probably one of the most positive things that come out of COVID is we've been able to use our school theme for the last 3 years, which is training for the gold. And you know, as the Olympics are right here presently with the Winter Olympics, that has been our theme that we've been able to use this year as well. And we started out before in 20 when we had the Summer Olympics coming, and then those were postponed. We were able to continue our theme for the following year, and then this year we're able to use it again. So I got to thank COVID on that part, I guess. But anyway, what we've done with our training for the gold is we have designated our students as either bronze, silver, or gold medalists. And what we do is use the MAP data to determine that. And I'll go into that in just a second about what we've done with it. But what we're able to do with the funding from ESSA this year is to bring on board 2 interventionists. And what we were able to do with that is we found classified employees, paraprofessionals that come in and do that. So we have great 2 individuals that really help out. Both of them have been trained in our dyslexia program, which is the Barton program. And so with the help of Lacey, she has trained both of our interventionists and assist them with that. And they're able to poll students and use the ideas and strategies with the Barton dyslexia program to support the intervention, to support the flagged areas that they have been identified and help them. Currently, one of our interventionists has seen about 73 students during the day in small pull-out groups. And so she will go to the classroom, pull those students out, and support them daily. And our other interventionist is working on, she's supporting 7 students daily within the Barton system, working independently one-on-one with them. And then she also has reading groups to support those students as well. So within that, she has seen about 40 students plus the 7 that she has seen with the Barton program. So our before school program, we didn't go with after school because a lot of our students have other activities going on. And we were kind of surveyed the parents and realized that some of our parents do not have childcare or support before school. So we kind of focused it with that to get more involvement in our before school program. So we have 3 teachers and we have 1 paraprofessional or supporting students. This, what we're using is more of a homework club atmosphere, is that these 3 teachers and the paraprofessional check in with the teachers of the students that are coming and finding out what they can do to help with the activities that are going on in the classroom to support them by preloading some things, but also help them with maybe some missing assignments. And also if the teacher lets them know that there are some things the student needs to work on more independently, then they are there to help them. One of our, so the breakdown for our teachers is we have a second grade teacher, a fourth grade teacher, and I have a specialist that come in and help as well. And then our paraprofessional is a special ed paraprofessional, so she has some of the other skills that can be utilized to help support those students. So when we looked at identifying students for our program, we are servicing Ks 1st through 5th. And I was telling you earlier about our, excuse me, our gold medalists and our silver and bronze medalists. Is majority of our focus on our demographic is supporting our bronze medalists. And teachers will conference with the students, talk to them about why they are bronze medalists at the time, but what they can do to increase that medal count and moving on to being a silver and from a gold into a gold. So that is our ultimate goal, is we want to have all of our students be gold medalists like anybody. So we work on that and support those students, and then looking at supporting our before school program. Okay. So with that, do you look at our successes that we've seen so far this year is that we have kind of increased it to look at some more of our bubble students that are past the 40th to the 50th percentile and find ways that we can remediate them and help them to just keep continue to growing. We are extremely excited to see what our growth was from fall to winter, and we're really are excited to see what will come about during the spring testing time. And same with our access scores. We're excited to see what our students, our EL learners can do as well. But some of the other pieces that we're using currently is that we look at our HMH reading special in our spelling inventory. We use that as a data piece for our intervention groups during the day. And we are also using what came about this year is our knowledge of using a fluency check that is provided by NWEA and the benefits of doing that. And so our interventionists are using that data as well to support their learning and their goals for our students. So moving forward, what we want to do is we're always monitoring our students and looking at the growth. And that's why, again, I was thanking Lacey, is that she works with our interventionists on a weekly basis and looks at the data they're collecting with the students, kind of refining what they can do each week to support the students, and then look at our growth. And then, which brings us to our next point, is we get to celebrate the students that are graduated from our intervention program. And so we have, in the past, when we would have our SFA, we always had a little graduation ceremony when the kids went from roots to wings. And we've kind of done the same thing, that they are graduated out of our intervention program, and we want to celebrate that. Now, moving to the end of the school year, we're going to start looking at really pushing some of these students that are in this intervention program to our summer school program and seeing if we can continue on with the growth that they have had, and that we can, as we said, the acceleration within their learning and keep them going forward, and so we can all celebrate as gold medalists here in the future. So.
Thank you, Principal Brown. Any comments or questions from the board? Really?
All right.
Great job.
Good thing.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
So Principal Clory was not able to be here. She had a family emergency that she had to attend to this evening. So I am going to talk to you a bit about Mark Twain Elementary. They currently have a parapro interventionist that is working with students utilizing the SIPPS, which stands for Systemic Instruction in Phonological Awareness, Phonics, and Sight Words. It's a program that identifies specific gaps and strategies. Students work in small groups, or the interventionist works in small groups with students of like needs. They do their in-school programming. So many of our schools have talked about like intervention blocks that they have. A lot of them have different names. Some of them call it What I Need or Win Time. But in this particular case, during their intervention time at Mark Twain, they focus on literacy needs, grades 1st through 5th. They do have an after-school program as well. And in their after-school program, they focus on math. So they chose to focus on literacy during the day and math in the afternoon. They invited students in grade level groups, small groups, based on targeted learning gaps, which were identified by MAPS, and they are focusing grades 2nd through 5th at this time. Their demographic data, all students were considered to fall below the 30th percentile in ELA MAP in school, were placed into in-school programming. 95 students were identified as needing support who are not currently being supported in other programming like on IEPs or EL students. 56 students of those 95 are being served. In their after-school program, they identified 125 students needing support, of whom 65 students are currently attending. The important thing to know about the intervention programming is that it's really intended to be fluid, right? We don't want to put a student in an intervention program and have them stay there all year. So as we progress monitor them and they show that they are making improvement and getting up to grade level or where we want them to be, then we exit them out, move other students in, as you've heard many of the principals talk about. So again, it's meant to be dynamic in that in that way. Moving forward at Mark Twain, at the end of each quarter, they review their data from their teachers' classroom interventions. MAP data is available and programming data, and they make adjustments to their in-school programming. Their after-school groups continually invite new students as staffing allows. So she's been trying to add staff as staff is willing to ebb in and out of the program based on their own personal lives and what they have going on in their own with their own kids, et cetera. So they are trying to start a before-school program for first-grade students. They just found that they didn't have enough first-grade students and families that took them up on the opportunity to do that in the afternoon. So in case you were curious about why only focusing on this slide in 2nd through 5th, that's why. So they're trying to add that first-grade program in. Principal Colario said they intend on continuing their programming next year, very similar to what they've done this year. They found that looking at their current data, they've been they see positive outcomes for students, so they think they're being very successful in their efforts thus far.
Thank you. Any questions from the board or comments? Seeing none. I'd just like to say that I was pleased to hear from the elementary schools how they're addressing I'm going to get the wording right, Learning Acceleration Plan. And I think everybody's doing a good job and we're trying to move forward. And I just want to thank everybody for their hard work in this area.
Very good. We have one last school, though. We do
I'm
have
sorry.
Principal Zona, that's okay, from Seeliger Elementary. She's going to bring our elementary presentation to a close.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Good evening. At Seeliger, we were not able to hire an interventionist, so we chose to use our Learning Acceleration funding to bring back our after-school program, which is known as the Pirate Club. And we ran it over the course of 9 weeks for 3 days a week. We had 8 teachers who were interested in helping us with that and 2 paraprofessionals. So with that, for the fall session, we were able to have 25 extra days of an extra hour of instruction on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. And so based on the data that we had, we chose to have 2 of those days focus on reading and 1 on math. And so I'll get to a few changes that we'll make after we looked at the data from the fall. But our goal was to move as many students as possible above the 60th percentile on our maps, because we know if we can get them to that level, that they have a greater chance of being successful on our state testing called the SBAC. And so we chose to invite students in the 41st percentile to the 59th percentile in grades 1 through 5. We were purposeful in inviting this particular population of students because we knew that we were already supporting our students who are in the 40th percentile or below with individualized literacy plans. And so we knew we were already reaching out to assist them with extra, and we really were missing that middle section of students that we wanted to get up and over to 60th percentile. So we had 94 students who were invited and identified in that group, and we had 74 who consistently attended and participated over the 9 weeks. And so based on their fall MAP scores and the teachers' recommendations, we stuck with the 74 students. We were very pleased with our attendance rate. We had 90.6%, and we'd like to thank our parents for their support with that. Because we know it changes the after-school plan for the families. And we'd also like to thank our transportation department because they helped us make a bus happen at 4:30 when it was time to go home. As for our academic data, we did a pre-assessment on their very first day of Pirate Club. They did a cold read for 1 minute on a grade level passage from our HMH reading series. And on the last day, the students read the same passage without practicing it during the 9 weeks of the time period. And 84% of our students increased their reading fluency with an average of about 14 words gained per minute. We also did the same in math because we wanted to increase, we didn't call it a fun fact math program, but I'm gonna remember that, that's fun, that's neat. And so we knew that we wanted to see how many facts that our students knew automatically in 1 minute. And by the end of Pirate Club, we had 88% of our students who had increased their fact fluency by an average of about 15 facts in 1 minute. So we focused mostly on addition and subtraction, and then with our older students, we added in multiplication when it was appropriate for them as well to focus on. Overall, our map results, we had 68% of our Pirate Club students who grew in reading from the fall to the winter maps, and we had 43% who grew in math. So in our goal results of having students get up and over 60% percentile, we had 29% meet that goal of being at or above, and in math, we had 18% who met the goal of being at or above the 60th percentile or higher, with 19% now being above in both subjects. So with only 25 hours of additional practice, we were pleased with this effort from our staff and our students, and families for committing to attend our program. So moving forward, we're a little bit smarter after our fall session. We've learned a few things, so we made a few changes. Last Tuesday, we began our spring Pirate Club. We kicked that off, and we found that the extra hour made for a really long day for our first graders and our second graders. And so we are focusing our spring group on an SBAC preparation academy for our third, fourth, and fifth graders. So students are either in a class that also focuses all 3 days on math or all 3 days on reading. It was difficult to have 2 in 1, and so we kind of toyed with, do we want to do every other, and 1 week be 2 of one subject and 1, but we just decided based on their data that they were either going to be on the math track or the reading track. So we are using performance tasks. We're practicing that because they're asked to complete those on their SBACs. We're using the iReady practice books and assessments, and we're integrating writing into everything that they're doing as far as even in math, writing about how they got their answer. So our extra time with our students, we definitely will continue to monitor their progress and their growth. And in closing, I'd just like to thank you for the opportunity to share out our results and efforts at Seeliger, and hope to have the same opportunity to share how the spring worked.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions from the board? Joe, go ahead.
Just a general question. I think it applies to all the schools. And I don't want to pretend I understand more than I do, but when we talk about this percentage of students, your goal is to get this many above a certain percentage. And that indirectly, I guess, correlates to, in general, the reading and math proficiencies that all of us read about and try to strive to get them higher. Can you draw a correlation on what you're doing and what you're seeing with how that might show? Like, where do you think this will get us in terms of overall student proficiencies? I know it's a guess and it's probably not a fair question, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around, how are we doing?
That is a very difficult question to answer.
And I asked it horribly, and I'm sorry.
Well, no, I think so. In normal years prior to COVID, we as school leaders, right, would look at our data basically based on the Nevada School Performance Framework, as you all know, our star rating system. And at each level, whether it's elementary, middle, or high school, we have a different set of criteria that we have to meet to make that star rating. So at the elementary level, it's based on SBAC scores. The hard thing about basing something on SBAC scores is it's a one-time-a-year test. And for the past couple years, as you know, 2 years ago, we didn't give SBAC. Last year we did. But SBAC, we So shout out to these guys, got a 95% or higher participation rate, but other districts in the state did not even remotely come close. So we don't have that data to move from. So it's just kind of one of these things that at this point in time, what we can say is we have MAP scores. MAP scores are, I know this is really a Ricky question, so I'm going to try to answer it and not make myself sound like I don't know what I'm talking about. MAP scores are correlated to SBAC in that they can be predictive, but they're not, wait a minute, am I saying that right? I gotta look at Jen because she's our other statistician over there. But you can't say that they're one and the same. So it's difficult to say, based on your MAP scores, what do you think your SBAC scores are going to be? And then is your star rating going to come out higher? So those are hard answers. So instead what we are doing, specifically based on read by grade 3 criteria, is really focusing on the students that are below the 40th percentile and providing interventions to try to get them up above the 40th percentile, and or looking at, as Paula stated, if we know that if students score over the 60th percentile on MAPS, that they are very likely to score proficient on the SBAC. So those are the kind of indicators that we use when we look at targeted intervention groups. For each of our schools, you can tell that, again, their programs are very individualized or unique to their schools, because what we asked them to do is through their school performance planning process, when they did really in-depth needs assessment at their schools based on all sorts of data sets, then to identify where their respective areas of weakness were, and then to come up with plans to address those areas. So some schools, through their needs assessment, saw that they needed to focus on dyslexia, for instance, versus other schools said, no, we can focus on our percentage of students on individualized learning plans or based on those MAP scores, and then built those intervention programs. So hopefully, in a very convoluted way to get to your question, the ultimate goal is we want all of our students to be able to be proficient and be prepared, again, for that SBAC test, but then we get those scores, in the summer, and it doesn't do a whole lot to tell us what to do next year. So we just constantly keep tracking that and keep pushing forward to help our students become successful based on the only indicators that we have that can say where our kids are based on other students of the same like grade across the country versus just our internal assessments. So that's kind of what you're hearing and why there doesn't seem to be a consistent practice, if that makes sense, because it's needs-based.
Any other comments or questions? Stacy?
Tasha, this is just for you. So do we have an idea of how many kids this is affecting and how many we're going to lose? Or will we know? I mean, will you guys have a good sense of who needs summer school so that they get up to proficiency and stay in their grade levels?
So we will constantly reassess that. So right now, based on the intervention efforts at all of our sites, schools will again be taking a spring MAP assessment, and we'll be able to see on our spring MAP assessment how effective our intervention efforts have been. And those students who are identified, well, actually now, because you can kind of look at the trend, if a student has been trending that they're scoring below where we would like them to be, the target area, then those families will be invited to participate in summer programming. And then based on spring MAPS assessment scores, we'll just kind of verify what our educated guesses were, if you will, based on the data that we currently have. So right now we do have plans in place for summer, this coming summer. Each of our schools, we're going to do it slightly different than we did last year because we did find it was a challenge to have one elementary administrator, if you will, of summer programming, and then we had programs only at 4 sites, although it represented all 6 schools. So this year, all 6 sites will have a program at their individual or each respective site, and they're going to have a site coordinator that will help the principal run that program. We are not going to, on this bullet point number 1, we are not going to hire an elementary district coordinator. That'll actually be me. So I'll be working directly with the principals and their site coordinators to get their programs up and running. We are planning to have our materials available for spring parent conferences. So as our schools and our teachers are meeting with their parents in March, that we will be attempting to entice those families to join our summer programming. And it will be based on the program data that they currently have, the fall and winter maps, and again, hopefully verified by the spring. So those are the plans. We do hope to provide transportation and nutrition services. I say hope to because it's going to be based on staffing for both. We are, I had a conversation with Elizabeth today about nutrition services. We do not have enough nutrition workers who are willing to work in the summer. So we are trying to think out of the box and figure out how we can staff that so that we can feed our students at least breakfast in the morning. But those are some of the challenges that we're up against right now. Again, our teachers are tired. Our teachers have been doing this for 2 years. They've been doing after-school programming, summer school programming. We're asking them to do summer school programming again. They've been subbing for each other. They've been selling their preps. You know, we're going to do the best we can to staff that and continue to offer services to students. But we have started that planning at this point in time, and we're hopeful that we'll have just as robust of a summer program this year as we did last year.
Seeing no other questions, or is there any other comments, questions? There again, I'll just reiterate. Oh, Laurel.
Just a thought I had. We have culinary students at the high school. Would that be a position to see if they want summer jobs?
Good question. It's good thinking outside of the box. I like it. I'll track that down and see if there's something we can do with that.
Thank you. Again, thank you for your hard work. All you building site principals, thank you. Excited to hear. I consider it good news. We're moving forward. And just thank you and your staff.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on, I believe, to the next agenda item, which will be on middle schools.
Yeah, that's item number 12, presentation of the learning acceleration plans for the middle school in the Carson City School District for 2021 and 2022 school year. And this is for discussion only. We have Dr. Lee Conley and Principal Dan Sadler.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thanks for having us. So we've been actually here watching the whole meeting and enjoyed our colleagues sharing what they're doing. You'll see some things that are very similar and some things that are a little bit different from middle school. One thing that you won't see yet is our data. We're still working through, we just finished up winter maps. So our teachers, particularly in our after-school programs, are just working through PLC process to kind of track what those results are looking like. But we're excited about that. So to kind of start off with, we looked at what we've been doing with acceleration, kind of going back to summer school last summer. We had a lot of students at both sites who were credit deficient, particularly 8th grade students. That's our main focus for summer schools, making sure that all of our students have their credits in their pocket so that they can advance to high school. So we worked with Carson High School in summer school and also worked with Pioneer Academy because we had some students that were credit deficient beyond something that we could recoup in our normal summer school. So Mr. Zona did a great job working with some students that advanced to Pioneer Academy. And the remainder of the students, we actually had 97% of our students that were in summer school that completed and made progress to move forward to high school. So that was a celebration for us. So this, and you'll see on our slide, like we have CMS and EVMS when Dr. Conley and I got together to talk about this. So many of the things that we're doing were similar, so we can certainly touch upon differences between our two sites. But I'll just speak for Carson Middle School. We did extended school day this year, and we started with a group of teachers to see how many we could support, really. And we wanted to identify small groups of students to be able to support with specific interventions in ELA and math. So we did recruit we actually started with 6 teachers. We have 4 currently, and we capped that at 12 students per teacher so that we could really focus on getting those students what they need. Those teachers looked at last year's SBAC scores as kind of a starting point to identify students who were making progress and they were close to being at grade level for performance, but were just under. We also talked to teachers from the previous school year and worked with families on students who we felt were really motivated so that they wanted to show up after school to make some gains. And that's how we started our school year. So we started with 42 students in our program at Carson Middle School, and we're a little bit down from that now. When we get to some of our challenges, I'll kind of share with you kind of what's happened with some of our students and some of the adjustments that we're going to be planning to make through the remainder of this semester and the next school year.
Hey, good evening. First, I want to say I'm impressed that you're up this late every 2 weeks, because it is seriously way past my bedtime. So good job on that. Like Dan was saying, with our extended school day, I have a terrific group of teachers that are willing to, give. And I was able to get finally about 5 teachers that did the after-school program, that are doing the after-school program right now. And we are serving about 65 kids. So a little better than 12 per. Pretty consistent. What Mr. Sadler was saying, consistent with us. We tried to really look at the kids that we thought would have a true chance of being there every day. And again, getting into some challenges you'll see later. We weren't able to get anybody, any buses or anything. So we tried to find those parents, and we made specific calls to each parent and each kid to see if they would be willing to come in on a consistent basis. And we have been very consistent. We've had a few that have had to drop out, but we've always had a waiting list as well. We've still got quite a large waiting list of kids that are willing to come in and wanting to come in. And we just fill those holes in as the kids either, end up not being able to come in. We've even been, like if we know the kids are going to be out for an extended period of time because of sickness, or they've got a family issue, or they're just, they went on vacation and they haven't come back to school. The attendance has been an issue. We will drop those kids at least temporarily and bring in some other kids to take their place, to always try to fill in those gaps so we don't have a lot of empty space within those 5 after-school programs. I'll move on to the next one as well. We have both of us for years have been offering the credit recovery during school, and we will continue to do that. We had toyed with, is credit recovery an excuse for the kids to say, well, I don't want to do math in a regular class, so I'll just do it in credit recovery. We toyed with, is that a factor or not? But we figured there were still enough kids where it was of value that we would still offer it, because at one point we thought maybe we won't even offer credit recovery, but or we would try to do it after school or even on the weekends. But again, a lot of that has to do with kids being able to get to school and stay at school. And so we are going to continue offering the credit recovery through using the Apex program. And again, that's just really monitoring and pushing those kids to finish a course before they try to get into another course. We do have a number of kids that they really lost a lot, and they are behind multiple courses, more so than ever. But we are starting to narrow that gap a little bit as well.
And just to kind of touch on something that I know several elementary principals spoke about with MAP, like our teachers who were supporting the extended school day look at the MAP RIP bands on a continual basis to make adjustments with students. And Apex Learning Tutorials has been a tool that we've utilized this school year as well. It's been kind of new for us, but it's been a good support. So what it looks like in our extended school day program kind of differs from day to day, but they are definitely using Apex Tutorials for support. And then teachers also pull that group of students to do a like lesson. So our students are grouped in similar RIP bands, so they have very similar needs. So if they're working on a specific concept in math, say one-step equations, the teacher can utilize Apex Tutorials as a tool to support those students, but then can also do kind of a breakout session and just work through individual problems to support. But it's very specifically not focused on current grade level content. It's really focused on accelerating students through the RIP bands. We also, at Carson Middle School, started an ESL intervention class this year. So we had an English teacher who was willing to give up her prep to work with some of our ELL students to provide an additional support to them specific for their English class. So that class is something we started, I want to say, last October. And we're looking to pair that up with Avid Excel moving forward. So we're excited about that. Mrs. Risman's been doing a great job, again, is working with a small group of students and really just giving them an extra boost. That one kind of balances their current grade level with their RIT bands, so it's kind of a mix of the two. But we're looking forward to building that into the schedule with some additional supports next school year. Challenge for that, and again, the challenge slide will highlight some of this, is when we do that, we have to then remove that student from an elective class. And that's been kind of a slippery slope for us because a lot of those elective classes are what motivate some of our students who are struggling to come to school. But we're also certainly getting to the point where we've got to really provide everything we can to these students to move them forward academically. So we didn't place students in there without working with the parents and families on that as well. So I think that's really important. And then the last thing we have in here is as we move this through this spring, especially when we get done with our MAP data analysis, we know that we need to expand some of the services for our students. We started with a fairly small group, and it's gotten a little bit smaller at Carson Middle. Part of that is because some of the students who were attending the extended school day program started falling behind on their current grade level work, and that's certainly not something that we want to do. So we've worked with those families to provide support, and we did have a few that unfortunately weren't able to continue, but that's something we want to try to provide some before school and during lunch support so that they can still get that service without falling further behind on their current academic work.
And I'll just add a little bit to that. Dan and I were talking before the meeting here, and again, and the elementary teachers did a good job, or the elementary principals did a good job of thanking their staff for giving up. They give up their mornings, they give up lunches a lot. Many of them don't expect the pay, they just say, hey, kids come in. We have a whole lot of kids coming to the front of the lunch line with passes to say, I've got to go up, to this class and make up a test, or to go in and make up some missing work. So our teachers have been really just tireless in that. And I know it gets a little frustrating for them knowing that, these kids are, they're falling behind, but at least they are, our kids are being a little bit more motivated to come in on their lunch times and all that rather than hanging with friends. And sometimes we have to give them a little friendly push, but we're willing to do that. Something of a bright note, I've had more kids this year, and I think this is largely due to the fact that they missed these types of things when they were out with all the COVID stuff. I've had more kids say, Dr. Conley, can I start a club? I'm like, well, what are you thinking? Well, like a game club, maybe kids that would want to go in and play games like Jenga or board games. So not video games, thank goodness, right? And so I've had teachers step up and say, I'll supervise them at lunch if they want to do that. So they get their lunch, they go up to the room, they play games, for example. I have another one, it's so cool, a kid, it's basically a disabilities club. Here's my disability, and it's not just a physical disability. It could be, my disability is, I don't have any, buddy at home to help me with homework. So, I just want to talk about that. Or, I'm having trouble making friends. It's a very eclectic group. It is cool that was started by a student as well, just these interests. So we're seeing more kids kind of jump at an opportunity to, they're craving clubs. And so I think we'll get into this about what we're planning to do, some opportunities that I think we're going to be able to provide through some 21st century grant funding, hopefully, and with the help of Valerie Dockery with that as well, to provide not only remediation, but some enrichment for some of these kids as well, because they missed a lot of that during the COVID times as well.
And just to touch on that, I think it's important, when we first started the conversations about what is now acceleration, it was actually called learning loss, and it was very specific to, okay, well, this is what we need to address, and that's become more flexible in how we're able to address this, and enrichment is something that we're looking forward to expanding to our students as well. So with some of the challenges, you're all aware of this, some of the staffing challenges, and that's certainly been a continued challenge for us. We both had full-time interventionist positions, certified positions opened up, and we were excited, and a lot of our plans had been geared towards if we were able to hire an interventionist, and unfortunately, both Carson Middle School and Eagle Valley Middle School were not able to do so. Another staffing challenge as far as people volunteering, even though teachers are getting paid to support this program, a lot of teachers don't have time to volunteer because they're covering on their preps, and they're just really, really working hard on a daily basis. Everybody's pitching in. Our teams are awesome, but it's understandable when they're not raising their hand to volunteer for things at the moment. So those are just some of the staffing challenges that we're working through. When we say compliance and support, it's really, we don't have a way to require students to do this. This is a partnership in working with families and trying to get our families to understand the importance of the supports that we want to provide to their students. And so we've had really good support in those conversations with families and the students we're working with, but we don't have a way to require some of the students that really need to be there to be there. So again, as we look at expansion, when we have our students there during the school day, there's a little bit more that we'll be able to do that we will be building into next school year. But again, that kind of comes at a cost as far as an elective class for some of those students. And it's going to be really important for us to continue to communicate with those families as to the importance of that as we move forward. And then, as I had mentioned, that we have some students at Carson Middle School who are dropping acceleration after school because they were falling behind on current grade level. Transportation, we have some limited transportation. We're thankful to have any transportation. Our transportation department's been really good at supporting us. We do have one bus, so any of our students who are attending the extended school day that are within the transportation zone get to transportation after school. Those students in the walk zone do not. And then at Eagle Valley Middle School, that's been a bigger struggle because they do not currently have transportation.
But I will say that our kids have been better about walking. I think kids can walk more to and from school anyway. It's good for them, right? It's healthy. Riding their bikes, parents getting them there. So again, we've had pretty good luck with our after-school program with numbers, just because the parents have been really willing to bring them in. And we did make that personal call to parents and kids to say, we really want you here. You need to be here. Here's an opportunity. And they bought into that a lot early on. So Dan and I are looking forward, I think, to what we're planning on doing. We've got, we already know, and Tasha has early on gotten us talking about summer school. We've already been talking about it heavily, which is great. And so because we are in the midst of a lot of, or we're going to be right now, and in this summer with a whole lot of construction at Eagle Valley, Carson Middle is going to host summer school for us again. And so we're going to be doing that for 6th and 7th graders that are behind. And, we haven't really focused on 6th grade in the past just because, there's no credits tied to 6th grade, but it's still important that they get into that working habit and they don't just think, we're 6th grade, credits don't matter. We don't want them to get into that mindset. So we are actually having 6th and 7th graders go over to an acceleration academy at Carson Middle School, and kind of the summer school version for the 6th and 7th. And then the high school is going to host our current 8th graders. And as Dan mentioned earlier, last year, 97% of the kids that went through the summer school, earn enough credits to actually, get into either Pioneer or high school. So that's what we're hoping to do again. I think I can speak for Dan. I think we have more kids this year that will be attending summer school. We're looking at probably twice as many as usual. But again, I just got 2 emails tonight while I was waiting out in the lobby of teachers saying, hey, whenever summer school comes out, I'm interested in teaching it. So you guys, I don't think we can reiterate enough how much these teachers, even though they're worn down, they're tired, they are still willing to give, and they're looking 3-4 months in advance saying, I can do this, I can help with that. So kudos to our staff. So Dan did touch base on this a little bit too with our acceleration classes. Again, these are classes for those kids that are maybe a little bit behind in providing them with some, added instruction and support. We have to weigh that though with taking away electives. I'm a firm believer in kids have to enjoy coming to school. They have to be able to, really get in culinary or art or computers or STEM or whatever it might be. Musical programs, those are invaluable. So we have to really weigh those. And I know that at Eagle Valley, and Dan can speak for CMS, but we're going to have that we're going to try to make that as fluid as possible. So once we see a student improving and performing better, getting them out of those classes, getting them back into an elective. So that's going to be an ebb and flow of kids. It's going to be a fluid type of process at Eagle Valley.
Academic teaming is something that I'm excited that Eagle Valley's looking at that for next school year. We've done different phases of teaming over the years, and there's different challenges associated with it, especially with the math classes, because math classes are already leveled at the middle school. So when we do a true academic team, that would be that those students share the same math, English, science, and social studies teacher. And that presents some unique opportunities for planning, obviously for conversations about how we're supporting students, interventions that are being provided to those students. And, as we talk to our teachers and we say, okay, what do you do with your students that are struggling? Currently, like we don't have a whole lot in place because those teachers are still moving students forward. So obviously they're going to provide, okay, students can come in at lunchtime and they can come in before school and after school to get some extension and some support. But when it comes to really differentiating for our students, like we're having some great conversations about how we can do that as a staff and how we can utilize each other as colleagues to be able to support our students so that they're making better progress moving forward. So putting at Carson Middle School, our teachers that are on academic teams next year will share that common prep and be able to sit down on a weekly basis to kind of review where their students are and what's working with those students and what challenges they're having. It also helps out with communication to parents. It does present some challenges as far as limitations. If there's a reason that we would need to switch a teacher, then it breaks the teaming, and those are things that we've got to work through. But again, this is definitely a best practice for middle school, and we're looking forward to building up our academic teaming for next school year.
Dan, I have a question. As you guys are talking about teaming, in my mind, I'm kind of thinking about your acceleration classes and having to take away electives from students. And what I'm wondering is if you couldn't team up an elective with that process, and it's almost like an A-B schedule. So, like when we were in middle school, they called it exploratory class. You kind of rotate around.
Sure.
And so maybe they're getting that enrichment from their electives and the remediation from the acceleration class, so many days a week. So just a thought.
It's a good thought. And something I didn't really touch on there is listed as intentional student placement and scheduling, and it's really for that reason. We know a lot about our students, and we have a lot of data and a lot of information, in addition to knowing a lot of our students personally and what's going to be best for them. So that's definitely going to be part of our conversation as we work through scheduling. At Carson Middle, we just met with our department chairs, and they just met with all of their departments with our draft schedule to really start breaking it down to see what are some of the things that we haven't addressed in past years that we'd be able to for those reasons.
And Mr. Walker, I'll add a little bit. We had some visits up to some schools in Washoe that have been doing teaming, and got some really good pros and cons of teaming, kind of the what to do's, what not to do's, what to avoid, what you must do. And that was very insightful. It was great of those principals to spend a lot of hours with us, quite honestly. And then I've even got some teachers that, like Michaela Filicamo, she was a student at a team school. And then she was a teacher at a team school. And so she gave me the perspective of, as a student, this is what's good and bad. As a teacher, these are the pros and cons. And then some teachers that way back when Eagle Valley used to do a form of teaming in the past have been able to give us invaluable information as well. But it's going to be exciting that we're going to actually be able to collaborate and coordinate themes. If they're working on the Civil War, for example, in social studies, how can English and science and social studies and math figure out, what in their curriculum could they tie into that? So I'm excited for professional learning days next year because we're going to use a lot of that for our team planning time so that teachers can work on those types of lessons together and working on, hey, little Mikey Walker over here is a problem in my class. Are you guys having the same problem? And so behavioral wise as well, to be consistent with approaches to kids.
I think they called me Michael Talker.
Oh, sorry. And they called you Mikey a lot of things probably, but
Not
you
to
know,
my face.
But we're excited that it's going to become, I think it's got great potential. I think it will have. It's not potential. It's going to happen that our teachers are going to be able to get to know our kids even better too. And whatever strategies are working well in one class, it's going to be a lot easier for teachers to share that and be consistent with it, with that kid across all 4 of those classes at least. But then, Mike, what you were saying as well, bringing in those electives as well into the mix, because I don't want to leave the electives out, that they're not part of that team. They're a part of it as well.
Carson Middle School, one thing we're going to be expanding, we've done ALC, Alternative Learning Center. That's been different versions over the years, and it also serves for in-school suspension. But part of our school performance planning this year, we're having some really deep conversations about how we can support restorative practices within our classrooms and really trying to keep as many students in class as we can. And so if you look at our school performance plan, you'll see the steps we're taking currently to put this in place. We're piloting it with our 6th grade class this semester, and we'll be tweaking some things as we make this something that we're looking at school-wide next year. And really the goal is that, once students are on our campus, we want them to remain in the classroom. And for various reasons, whether that's visiting with an administrator or a counselor, or they've been stepped in the hallway for a couple of minutes, or they've been sent down on a referral, they're working with a social worker, they're hiding in the bathroom. There could be many different reasons why they're not in class, and we need them in class so that they can focus on learning. So I'm providing an alternative learning center to be able to refocus those students and keep them engaged in learning, even if it's not in the class that they were coming from, is going to be something we're really excited about building on our campus.
And I have to apologize to Mr. Sadler. I didn't tell him to put EVMS on that. We're actually going to do that next year as well. Stealing some ideas of what Dan's already done over at Carson Middle with that.
And then with the continuous improvement plan, that's something that was a new process for us this year. I mean, we've always done school performance planning, and we look at our SBAC and we say, okay, we can't celebrate if we've got only 49% of our students who are achieving at grade level on SBAC, and it's not a celebration even if we grow that to 51%. But when we look at MAP, we can create the expectation that all students can grow, and that's realistic for every student in our school. And our teachers are familiar with the tools and the process to be able to support that. So moving forward, that's going to continue to be a conversation on our campus. Our vision is that every student at Carson Middle School is going to grow and meet their MAP growth every school year, so that they're there for 1 year. They're going to grow 1 year while they're there. And we've got students all across the board right now. We always have. Pre-COVID, we had students all across the board with different learning needs. And it's a challenge to meet all those learning needs, but that's our role and our responsibility, and that's something we look forward to working through. COVID's been a challenge for everybody in our school for different reasons, and it continues to be. It's not like it's gone away. It's just kind of adapting to it. And we're learning a lot as we work through it. And we're keeping a keen eye on things that we can improve upon. We don't talk at Carson Middle School about going back to pre-COVID because it's not going to happen. So what can we learn from it? What can we adapt in ways that can innovate and help our students learn moving forward continues to be of utmost importance.
And I'll just add to that a little bit. When COVID came, it was like, oh my God, what are we going to do? I got to tell you, I always think there's something good that comes out of something bad. You can't get much worse than COVID. But what's good about it is I think it forced us to change our thinking about some things. And that's kind of where really we started thinking about the teaming. It's like, we've been getting kind of similar results for the 12 years I've been at Eagle Valley. And it's time to kind of change something up and try something new. So with the acceleration, with the support of Tasha's really been supportive with allowing us to really talk about adapting our scope and sequence and our pacing of curriculum as well, and being able to adjust that because, similar themes, for example, in social studies and science may not be taught at the same time. Maybe social studies is teaching something in November that science usually doesn't get to, that they could relate to that topic until May. Tasha's allowing us to tweak those and come in alignment, and that's going to be part of that professional development and learning and planning that the teachers are going to be able to do with common department preps and with then the work that we can do as teams during our PL days, those professional learning days. So I think it's going to be a good opportunity to do something different and to really take a different approach on some things, and then to provide the acceleration and the remediation opportunities for kids, I think we're going to see it's just a golden opportunity to really make some big changes. And we might have been forced into it. We may not have liked it. It's been uncomfortable. It's been tiring. But I think we're going to come out ahead in the future. I really do.
I think just to kind of add to what Mr. Connolly said, or Dr. Connolly, our focus district-wide has really been shifting to focusing on skills. And I think that's one of the things, so when he says about the pacing, when we focus too heavily on the content of a class, for instance, if you're talking about middle school history, the content is important. But what's even more important is the skills that the students are utilizing to learn that content. Are they reading? Are they writing? Are they speaking? Are they listening? And if we can really get our teachers to focus on increasing students' use of those skills and teaching of those skills through the content, like the content is the vehicle, right? But the skills are the journey, if you will, then we can actually have a better chance at increasing our students' academic performance. And then the other reason, the focus on the map, again, is the growth. So although we do want all of our students to be at that 50th percentile, hopefully more like a 60th percentile because it equates to that 3 or 4 on SBAC. What's really important is to be able to celebrate the growth of the child. So if the student is at the 10th percentile or 15th percentile and grows to the 30th percentile, they might not hit that mark of the 50th percentile, but they've actually grown significantly. And what we really want to do is try to close that achievement gap by growing our students more than 1 year at a time so that we can actually narrow that. So again, that's what you're hearing across the board from all of our principals. That's what they're really focusing on at their schools, and that is our ultimate goal, to make sure that we grow our students and that we challenge them to take those rigorous classes and hopefully prepare them to be college and career ready. So next time at our board meeting, we will be working with our high school principals to tell you what these programs look like on their campuses. But this is what we have for
appreciate
you.
that. And then I'll open up the board for any questions or comments. Joe?
Just a wrap-up comment. I just wanted to thank both of you and all the principals. It's a late night for everybody. And, you know, we're hearing the same themes from everybody, and they're good themes. Everybody's on track to help the kids grow, help them get to that next level, whatever that next level is for each individual student. And everybody's working hard to do that. So I appreciate the fact that most all of you, if not all of you, thanked your staff for the hard work they're doing, because people are putting in a lot of work. And you know, when you have somebody that comes to work at 7:30 or 7 o'clock in the morning and they're agreeing to stay or they need to stay till 5 o'clock at night, you know, some people might hear that and go, well, gee, that's not that long of a day. Number one, it is. And number two, that's not all they're doing. Most of those people are waking up earlier than that. I know from home watching, you know, my wife work, her school day doesn't start when she shows up at school. It starts way before that and it ends way after she gets home. So people are putting in a lot of effort. All of you are putting in a lot of effort. And I just appreciate what everybody's doing and what everybody's trying to do. So thank you for that.
Seeing no more comments, just again, thank you. I like your plan, move forward. And I think hopefully it'll be successful. And maybe next time you'll have your data ready to share. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night, guys. Thank you for staying so long. I'd like to propose to the board that should we consider moving item number 14 up before item number 13 so Mr. Fueling can get out of here? We've been here for 4 hours. Or is there any appetite to take a quick recess now or wait until after?
I would
the period
suggest
time?
we just get through this quickly. Let's just be diligent.
Okay. What's your pleasure, the board? Do you want to move 14 ahead? Because I don't know how long our discussion is going to take.
Well, I think we just need to be concise in our communication and let's get this done.
Okay, we'll stay with 13 then.
Yeah, I don't have a preference, just to answer your question. We can stick with the order. I understand the need or the desire, but I'm okay sticking with the order we have.
Okay. Then we're going to move to item number 13, which is discussion and possible action to establish the criteria and process in completing the second round of interviews for the superintendent vacancy for the Carson City School District, which may include, without limitation, selection of location and process to conduct interviews. And this is for possible action. I believe, I'm just going to, for the sake of opening the discussion, I thought maybe we could look at the possible schedule for the 22nd. There's several different options really that's been discussed, and we could start at 8 a.m. on the 22nd. And that would give us, and then go to 8:15, that would give us time for the flag salute and the stuff we need to get out of the way before we start the interviews. Then we could start the interviews at 8:15, go to 9:45 for the first interview, take a half-hour break, and then have the second interview at 10:15 to 11:30, then recess or adjourn at 12 o'clock. Then if we wanted to have the school tours that day, we could do that between 1 and 4. And then if there's an appetite to have a meet and greet on the same day, we could do that at 4:30 to 5 p.m. to 6:30, and then have the 7 o'clock board meeting where we make the selection. Now, there's other possibilities, and we could have, if we decide to have a meet and greet for the candidates, we could do that the night before, which is President's Day on Monday. And we could have that in the evening hours between, say, 5:30, 7 o'clock. Or maybe we don't have a meet and greet for both candidates and we wait until after the final selection is made, then have a meet and greet for the new superintendent that's been selected. So that's just to kind of throw out, to start our conversation about what the board would like to do. And I don't know, Joe, you want to start with your thoughts?
Mr. President, can I interrupt for just a
Sure.
second? I apologize. Just so the board is clear on the first scenario that you presented, you will need a period of general public comment before you adjourn that meeting.
Sure, yeah. No, it'd be the same agenda items on there.
So I thought about this quite a bit, and it's unfortunate that Monday is a holiday, but it's President's Day. So you can't do much, you can't do tours or anything that day. And I was thinking about, it'd be nice to let the staff and the community maybe take another survey and do those kinds of things. But the reality is there's no time for a survey. By the time we ask the candidates a second round of questions and then we deliberate, you couldn't get responses back from a survey. So for me, that doesn't work. So I like the idea if we're going to do a meet and greet, not to cram it all as I think about it in one day. And I know the 21st Monday is a holiday, but I wonder if you couldn't still, if you want to do a meet and greet, do one, say, from 5:30 to 7 at night. So those people that are working can get to it, and those people that maybe took advantage of the weekend, most of them probably be back in town by then. And then Tuesday, conduct the interviews in the morning. If you want to do the school tours, community tour, if you will, I think it's a good idea. I don't know that the board would or should be involved in that anyway. And then we would, vote later on in the day. So that's kind of how I envision the schedule, but I'm open.
I would just say, if we're going to do a meet and greet, I think it would be very awkward to do one meet and greet with two candidates. So if you're having a component, like when I was on the TMCC Presidential Search Advisory Committee back in the day, there were different receptions for each of the candidates. And so I think that one of the challenges we face with these restrictions, the mass, the locations, it's going to be a challenge. And so I guess I'd be comfortable with foregoing a meet and greet. But I mean, if we're going to do it, I don't think we want the two candidates at the same time. That's just awkward. And you have competing, well, did you see how many people were talking to so-and-so? You want that candidate to have an opportunity to work the room and speak with the people in the public.
And I just want to make clear too, while we're engaging in this conversation, I will not physically be here during that process. I will be involved. I'll be fully involved in the interview process and the board meeting that night. I'll just have to take some no-dos or something because it'll be 3 hours later. But anyway, so I'm providing some thoughts, but I just want to be transparent and let people know I'm not going to be here, so.
I appreciate that. There's one other scenario that may be considered by the board, is if we forego the meet and greet, we could interview in the morning, come back at 1 o'clock or 1:30, make the selection for the new superintendent, and then come back at 7 o'clock for the regular board meeting. So that's another option.
So a question I have is, if we're already going to have a board meeting that night, why wouldn't we just make the selection at the board meeting? Why 3 different meetings?
That's just thrown out for a discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I think just, if we're already going to have a meeting, let's just do it then. I mean, that's my thought.
Any thoughts from the board? Other thoughts from the board? Laurel?
Sorry, I think it's okay to forego the meet and greet because I think there's a lot of complications with how that would run. And I'm just wondering, I was going to ask Mr. Ryan, if we do the interviews as I guess it is a special board meeting because it's not our regular time and places. Could we just recess that till the evening meeting, or would it have to be 2 separate board meetings?
So my thought on it was it would be very much like when we did the interviews in the first round and had a board meeting that night. They were 2 separate agendas. One special meeting solely for the purpose of doing the interviews, and then the regular board meeting. If you do it like that, it was the point I was bringing up to President Varner. You do need to come back before you actually adjourn the special meeting and have at least a period of general public comment. And then in the regular board meeting, you would have your period of general public comment as well as public comment on the action item itself.
Right, so just so it's clear to the public then, we would not have any public comment during the interviews because we're not taking action at that time. All the public comment for general public comment and specific public comment would then occur in the evening? I'm confused, so I don't want anybody else to be confused.
No, I apologize if it's confusing. If you're having a special meeting, it counts as a meeting of the board, which means that you have to have multiple periods of public comment, one before any action item and one general period of public comment in which people can comment on anything that's not agendized for action. If you're just doing the interviews, the decision will not be agendized for action. And so people will be able to comment at that point on the candidates. And then you convene a regular board meeting. And again, the multiple periods of public comment will apply, which will mean, after the agenda, after each action item, which would include the approval of the candidate and another general period of public comment.
Instead of being so complicated, why couldn't we just have a meeting that starts in the morning, we take a recess and pick up in the evening, and then we're not having multiple meetings and all this extra public comment? Then people still have time to give their input, so we have the interviews, and I don't care if after the interviews we have public comment or not, and then a recess, and then just pick up from the normal meeting at 7 o'clock or whatever.
I'm fine with that. The only difference is you would be calling it, I think, a regular board meeting at that point. You could do it like you did today with a session that precedes the regular board meeting. We would just have to be very specific with how we agendize it and how we post it.
I'm just saying, let's make it easy for all of us and Renee and the community. I mean, too many things to keep track of. And I would hate for somebody to think that we weren't allowing them to be part of the process.
No, and Trustee Walker, that's That's the point of what I'm saying with the agenda. We want the public to be very clear on when they're going to be able to comment on the candidates.
Yeah, and I agree with what Mike's saying. I like the idea of keeping it simple. This has been a long process for all of us, and I think for the public, and it's been a long year. So I think if we can do this and be succinct and keep it simple, it's probably better for everybody.
Okay, so Mike, if I'm hearing you correctly, you said you're fine with a general period of public comment in the morning. If we have a meeting in the morning, we do the interviews. At the end, we have our general period of public comment. Then we could close that meeting and then come back and have
Or just take a recess. So if it's just one meeting and we're not taking action, then the public comment would be like in a normal meeting. We would have it on the agenda.
Okay.
So the first 3 items, we would have the pledge, adoption of the agenda, we'd have the interviews, recess, and when we come back, public comment would be after the recess period.
Oh, okay.
And before we
Does that
take
work?
action.
And it'd be general public comment when you came back from the recess, and then public comment on any action items that are on the agenda for that night. It would look, frankly, a lot like the one we have tonight with just different times inserted.
And the nice thing about that is in the morning, other people, who may want to comment are at work. And so now everybody has the same opportunity at the same time to watch it, comment, and, it'd be this time frame for public. Well, hopefully not this time frame, but.
Loopy, you're shaking your head to anything?
I think that's a good plan.
Don, go ahead, Joe.
I'm fine with that. That sounds good on the 22nd.
I was going to say, and I'm fine for not doing the meet and greet, because I agree that's hard to do. I was running that in my head on how that would work, and I don't know how we really would get it done. No, exactly.
Then what about a school tour for the candidates?
One of the things I think would be great is if we did have a panel of people, and even if it was like of the different groups, so a diverse group that gave a tour of the district, and then maybe even those individuals could provide some kind of feedback for the board that we could review. I mean, if we're going to do it, then that would be one way. I don't personally want to be giving somebody a tour of the district. I think
No.
that's going to be a logistical nightmare and open meeting law. And
Yeah, I never perceived that the board would be doing it. Mr. Stokes has volunteered, I guess, for lack of a better term, to do the tours if we elected to have one. And that could be in the afternoon after the interview. What's your thoughts on that? If we wanted to go that route.
I think if Mr. Stokes or a select small panel of people that, say, Mr. Stokes chooses, does the tour, I'm fine with that. I agree the board wouldn't be involved in that. We have one candidate that, probably doesn't need a tour, but may elect to go or may elect not to go, but we would make it available to both candidates. We just wouldn't be involved, so we would meet in the morning. The board would do what we do, and we'd reconvene later in the day, and what happens in the middle of the day is more of an operational thing that we're really not involved with. But I do like the idea of a tour being offered, not just of the schools, but maybe a little tour of the highlights of the community, if you will, where the LCB is, where, those kinds of things.
Any other comments or concerns, suggestions? Okay, if I can kind of recap, start at 8 a.m., do the business first that we need to, then go into the interviews, break or recess after the interviews are finished, come back for the regular board meeting at 7 p.m. that same evening, and the tours in the afternoon conducted by Mr. Stokes or somebody of his choosing. Is that correct? Pretty much?
That's what's been proposed. I mean, I think that we want to continue getting information before we make a motion on that.
Yeah, right. We have another part of it, so I just wanted to see where we're at on that. Now, the second part is the selection of the topics for the candidates' presentations. And I think hopefully everybody received the suggested ones from NASB. So I think we may want to start the conversation there if it's something we want to go with, or we need to entertain other suggestions also from the board. So I don't know if somebody wants to start that conversation.
You know, I don't think I wanted to go with the NASB suggestions. I think we've been there, done that. I think it's time to get a little bit different perspective. One of the things that we are going to be looking at as we go forward is we're going to have to refresh our strategic plan. And so, you know, a presentation about what have we learned from our strategic plan? What are our next steps? Because that's a vision piece. And I don't want to give too much more information other than that. I think we want to have something open-ended, and I want to see what the vision of the leaders are.
And I concur with that. And I want to make sure I'm clear, Mr. Russell, as far as questions, if I decide I want to ask the candidates a question or two, I want to make sure I understand how rigid or how flexible the questions can be. If I have a question for Mr. Fueling, do I have to ask that same question to the other candidate, or can it be more personalized based on what we're hearing from their presentations, if you will?
Trustee Cassiopo, my understanding or my feeling is that it's the latter. You can't have custom questions to a presentation that you haven't seen, and you can't expect the presentations to be the same. And so I think if you select a scenario or two for the candidates to present to you, you will have the opportunity to engage in a question and answer as you would with any other presentation that comes before the board.
Go ahead, Laurel.
As Mike was talking, I was writing, and so I'm just going to kind of throw this out. I've got the first one. Carson City School District is currently refreshing its strategic plan. Do you want to add something like what is your vision or what direct?
I have some possible wording also, if I can throw out.
Okay, I'm just throwing.
I'll just throw this out. This is something I came up with earlier with listening to other people. Provide your understanding of the existing strategic plan for Carson City School District, and what steps would you take to strengthen it? What steps would you need to take to implement a new strategic plan? I mean, just to build off of, or we can not use that language.
I think I'd like to, if we're going to go the strategic plan route, I'd like to focus it on the strategic plan we have. And then if, one of the candidates, take it in a different direction, I mean, that's part of what we want to hear from them. And I'd like to hear in it some, not just what your vision is, but I'd like to hear some measurable goals.
And I guess just to play devil's advocate, so we're looking at the person who's going to lead the district forward and take what we've done and start to grow. And so I'd like to see kind of what have we learned and how do we take this to phase 2? And so that's going to be part of it, but it's kind of forward thinking because we're moving forward because that's what we're going to have to do. And that's going to allow us to kind of see and visualize this district moving forward without Mr. Stokes leading that charge. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
So do we just say do give us a give us a presentation on the strategic plan, or do you want more specifics?
So would you read again what you started?
I had just started. Carson City School District is currently refreshing its strategic plan to add some language that Mr. Varner included. It would be, you could do something like provide your understanding of it and how to strengthen it, or something like that. I don't necessarily want to limit it too much, but I don't know how to.
So and if you said something along the lines of Carson City is in the process of refreshing our strategic plan, what components are necessary for a successful plan, and what steps might you use to implement it? Something along those lines? Ryan, are you working your brain about that?
I hope somebody is.
The wheels spinning, Ryan.
I'm just trying to take notes as you guys go. I can tell you what I think your scenario is so far, if you want to hear it. Carson City School District is currently refreshing its strategic plan. Please provide your understanding of the strategic plans and what steps you would take to strengthen it. How would you measure your goals, and discuss what the district has not only learned to date, but how it will move forward with your implementation.
See, I knew your wheels were spinning. That's exactly what I was thinking, Ryan.
Wordsmith for sure. Mr. Stokes?
So when we've asked our principals to do an interview, we've usually involved some aspect of their presentation skills. I think we need to be as clear as we can what we're expecting. I see this as more than just them answering a question. I mean, I'm seeing them show us what they can do with their computer skills, how they talk, how they answer questions, all of those things that are important. So I think we have to be fairly precise on what we expect of them. We want a 15-minute presentation to the Board of Trustees and to the community that results in what Ryan read, and then be prepared to answer some questions about your presentation. And maybe you want to do that in addition to some other aspect that maybe you're thinking of. Just some ideas.
I like that. I think I'd like it to be a little bit of a longer presentation. And I think that we even could say what technology, you know what I mean? We could even give a list of technology that's available, and they could tell us what they need.
Right. So what do you suggest for the length of that presentation then?
I would say 30 minutes at least. I mean, this is going to be our chief executive.
And that include the question and answer period?
No. That's the presentation. And then, if we had 30 minutes and then planned for, 15, 30, 30 minutes, 45 minutes questions type deal. I think by the time we're all a little bit verbose at times. And then if we want a second scenario, I think that's up to the board. I'm comfortable with one scenario and a question answer period, but I'm willing to do more also.
Yeah, I like the idea of one scenario. And I agree with Mike. It seems like 30 minutes isn't too much to ask. But we got to keep in mind each candidate's going to have a total of 90 minutes. And so if half that time is presentation, that was up here. What's that? Yeah. So if we say 30 to 45 minutes, and then we have time for question and answers, and then we do the same thing. We have a few minutes at the end of their presentation if they have anything, again, they want to ask us.
Even adding on there, I mean, I think that one of the things I didn't like about the first step is we didn't get a sense of who the people were. And so I would really love to have a 10-minute, 5 to 10 minute, tell me who you are and your educational philosophy, and then go into a presentation type thing so that we get that sense of who the people are. I mean, even a 5 to 10 minute, just come in and tell us who you are, what your beliefs are.
I thought we got that with the introductions.
Yeah.
With some, I
So,
didn't
well,
feel like
you know,
with all of them.
Some choose to use their time differently than others. I'm just, I don't know. I'm still, I know we're looking for a presentation, and I know what I'd like, I mean, I'd like to see a presentation. I'd like to see how that is, but I feel like a lot of what we already heard was kind of presentation. So I'm not quite sure how to, I don't know.
I mean, and I guess, Ryan, the other option could be for trustees to come up with a question or scenario to present to each of the candidates that we'll bring that day. I mean, and I think if we needed to run it by Ryan to make sure that everything's on the up and up, the way it's phrased or whatever, we could do it that way. But I mean, I think I would prefer a presentation, but I'm not opposed to us all coming up with questions, and it's a more straight interview. And we could even, Laurel, if you wanted, we could have a presentation, and then we could all have a question or two, you know what I mean? And maybe we each limit it to one question, and we ask those questions of the candidates. And so then it's kind of like a phase 1, phase 2. We might have to extend the time period a bit.
I too like the idea of a presentation. And but I also want to make sure we all get a chance to ask the questions we want to ask. I don't plan on asking the candidates 10 questions each, but if I want to ask them, 2 or 3 questions, hopefully it'll be time to ask them that, because this is it. We got to get a good feel for these 2 candidates. And we all probably have different questions that are important to us. And if we have the flexibility to be able to ask these questions, this is the time to do it. The last one, it was very scripted. I thought there was going to be a pool of 35 questions, and then it was the 10 we were going to ask were going to be a bit more of a surprise, but there was no surprise, so nobody really had to think on their feet. Generally, they had time to prepare.
I'm just curious, Ryan, if we did it that way, if we asked individual questions, would they have to be made public in advance?
If you're going to predetermine them, yes. But what I've heard the board talk about today was an idea of giving a set interview time with direction to NASB to provide a certain scenario and direct the candidates to prepare a presentation to the board of up to 30 minutes, which will be followed by open question and answer. The motion could include direction to NASB to address what Mr. Stokes was talking about, to determine what, if any, technology they'll need as a part of their presentation. If you do that, they're going to know the scenario they're presenting on. They'll both have the same scenario, but obviously their presentations will be different, which will allow you to craft your questions to the individual candidate, because you won't know what they are until you see their presentation.
And I like that approach.
I do too. I mean, I like having the same presentation.
Yeah.
Do we have to decide on our scenario tonight, or are we saying we're giving, because I would rather the scenario be one of our choosing than just giving it over to NASB. I'm totally fine if NASB relates it to them, but I'm feeling a little hammered at almost 11 o'clock about thinking about the scenario. So that's a little frustrating, I think, that we're this late in the evening.
Trustee Crossman, the way the agenda item is written, you can absolutely determine the scenario tonight and just direct NASB to provide it to the candidates.
And I would concur with you, Laurel. I think that's what I would prefer as well. does anybody have a different idea? Is there somebody that has an idea other than strategic
I
plan?
guess my concern with the strategic plan is it's so community-based. And so does that tell us more about what the community wants, or does it tell us more about what the superintendent has a vision for? So I'm not.
Who suggests? What other topic?
I have several, but Joe, I know you had submitted some. Maybe you want to discuss your number one?
No, I don't want to discuss my questions, honestly. I want to kind of keep those with the aces I keep in my sleeve. Not that they're all that groundbreaking, but the scenario is kind of, you know what I'm thinking, I guess to answer this question, Laurel, I'm okay with the strategic plan, but what I'd like to know is, we've been talking about the possibility of maybe, as we revise it, looking at, call them SMART goals, call them measurable goals, whatever you want to call them, but I'd be looking at, like Mike said, where are we at? You know, recognize what we've done, but how are you going to take this forward? And how are we going to track it? And, you know, what are some measurable outcomes you as a superintendent are looking to achieve? You know, how do we hold you accountable? I know things could change, but
And I guess my question.
where are you trying to take us?
I guess my question to that, though, is when we've done strategic plans in the past, which I understand, and I understand what that can tell us, but the goals have been goals that have been set in committee by multiple people. It hasn't been the superintendent. Mr. Stokes didn't say, hey, I want a health-based, you know, or a school-based health center. That was something that the community said they wanted and they valued. So I guess that's where I just seen a bit of a disconnect, and I'm trying to make it make sense, and I'm feeling like I can't quite get what I want out of that. You know what I?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, and as I think about other topics that are going to be important, I think that, you know, one of the things that all educational systems are dealing with right now is the struggles to attract and retain qualified individuals to work within the school district. And so it could be something along the lines of, you know, make a plan for, you know, staff recruitment.
That is kind of covered. If you look at scenario number one that was submitted by NASB, it's kind of covered in that. We may be able to build upon her thoughts there. Everybody read it? Because it asks, you know, to address plans for addressing the professional development and retention of high-quality staff, to ensure our students continue to receive exceptional instruction and targeted support. So maybe we can build upon that. I'm throwing that out.
I just want to, I mean, all the questions are, you know, can be good, but they also can be vague. And, you know, we already heard a 90-day plan, and I don't want to sit through another hour of look, listen, and learn. We need to go beyond that now. I mean, that's all important, but we need to go beyond that.
I have it. You can read mine if you want to get it right here. Then, just while we're killing time here, I'm going to throw out scenario number 2 that was submitted by NASB. Provide multiple pathways to pre-K through 12th grade students who will be empowered to be ready for college and career as lifelong learners and active citizens. Please present to the board your plan and strategies for increasing student achievement in the area of reading.
I kind of liked that one, but I wanted maybe to expand it just beyond, you know,
Yeah,
I mean, the things we keep talking about are reading, math, you know, and then if you look farther, excuse me to keep doing that, farther down the road, you know, the high school students, ACT preparation and.
But I think that
all those
even,
things.
I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but I think as a superintendent, Mr. Stokes isn't planning reading instruction. I mean, he's kind of charging as principals to lead the schools and do that. So, I mean, I think that's a scenario that would be appropriate for a principal, maybe. I think for a superintendent, it's just a little bit more, it has to be broader. We're hiring a community leader. And so that's why, I mean, I'm still inclined to go with the strategic plan. And I don't think it's optimal either, Laurel, but it's a way to get a sense. I mean, I'd rather have that than what are you going to do as a planned reading?
No,
the
and I agree with
superintendent's
that.
not planning reading. You know what I mean? They're going to help purchase program, which they ask their, deputy superintendent to vet and.
Yeah, I don't want our superintendent to give us his reading program.
Yeah.
But what I think the strategic plan question, it allows us to dabble in those areas and ask maybe more general questions. But if we want to touch on academics, if we want to touch on vision, it allows us room to ask those questions as a follow-up.
Could you live with it if we?
Sorry, it's like, I don't. Yeah, I can live with the strategic plan. It's just like thinking about it like that going, it's not really the superintendent's plan, right? So that's where I kind of am like, oh, we're asking him to give a plan, but.
Well, but it really is the superintendent's plan once it's created. I mean, he or she will be the one that is executing it.
I guess I have a question about your suggestion, Joe. My understanding is that if they make a presentation, the questions we can ask is specific to their presentation, not to go off on a tangent and ask different questions, unless we would ask those same questions to each candidate. Is that correct? Or?
Well, I think the lawyer answer to that is that's a really good reason to make the question broad, because you can see where they're going to go, and it'll give you leeway to craft your questions based on what you've seen. But again, you don't want to tie your hands by narrowing the scenario so much that you have to ask the same questions of both. You want to be able to receive a presentation and react to it. And I think the best way to do that is to make the scenario broad, which I think you've done. But
Yeah, and I agree, and that's why I appreciate what Laurel's saying and where she's trying to go with this, and I wish I had a better answer. But I think along the lines of that strategic plan gives us that flexibility, gives us that, keeps us wide enough to where a lot of questions could stem from their presentation.
Okay. I guess the next question would be does the board feel that one scenario would be enough to fill up the hour and a half period of time? I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads, so I'm going to take it as a yes.
And I think we could tell them we want a presentation that isn't, at least this range, or between 30 and 45 minutes or something. Because not about this, but I could give you a presentation and keep you here for 2 days. And,
No, you couldn't. No, you couldn't.
I'll talk. I won't know if you're here. I'll just keep talking.
I think 30 minutes is a good goalpost, just because when we had it the last time, when we have the hard time end, we have to cut it off. And I'd hate for a presentation to go so much longer that then we can't have the interactive questions that might stem from that.
Yeah, and we already had each of the candidates for 90 minutes. So, I mean, if the whole thing takes 60 minutes, that's fine.
Okay, so what we'd ask them to do is a 30-minute presentation on the wording for the strategic plan that Ryan outlined. Is that everybody's understanding and agreement?
Can you read it one more time, please?
sure. Do you want to hear what I think the motion is, or just the scenario?
The motion.
Let's hear the motion.
It'd be a motion to approve February 22nd at 8 a.m. For the next meeting of the board to convene with interviews of the superintendent candidates to start first one 8:15 to 9:45 and the second from 10 to 11:30, with direction to NASB to provide the following scenario to the candidates with a request for a presentation of up to 30 minutes after each is able to give an introduction thereon, followed by open discussion and question and answer with the board. This motion includes direction to NASB to request from the candidates any technology that will be necessary for their presentation. The scenario to be presented is as follows. Carson City School District is currently refreshing its strategic plan. Please provide your understanding of the strategic plan and what steps you would take to strengthen it. How would you measure your goals, and discuss what the district has learned to date and how it will move forward with your implementation. Please include your plan to attract and retain qualified staff.
Do we need the, I don't think we need the retained staff on there
No.
at all, because that's already a goal, so. if we
So
look at the
Ryan,
strategic-
could I ask another question? When we're looking at the timeline, and I guess this is for Richard also, I think what I'd prefer to do is start at like 8:15 and then have interviews start at 8:30. Last time I felt like it was a little bit rushed, and I would really appreciate to have at least a half hour before the interviews to have a little bit of time to clear my mind, get some fresh air, use the restroom, because otherwise it's like you're just kind of nonstop and you don't have as much time to really take it in and think. So I think we need to look at that time to give us a little break in there to kind of change our mindset and come in fresh and ready for the next interview.
Yeah, I think we had a half hour built in there, but we could,
I think it said 9:45 and then 10.
I thought,
So, yeah, no, we need more time between the two.
yeah, no, my original plan was, and we can change this, but it was 8:15 to 9:45 for the first one, then a break until 10:15, which is half hour to 11:30. But that's flexible, whatever you guys want to do.
Okay, just hearing what Mike said and looking at, because, 90 minutes is easier for me to figure out on the 30 minutes.
Me too.
So if we start at
Me
8:15, our meeting starts at 8:15, start the first interview, 8:30 to 10, 30-minute break till 10:30, and then 10:30 to 12.
And then, Rich, when you're running the meeting, it's much easier for you to keep track of as well. You're not figuring
Sure,
out
yeah.
time.
So if okay, so you'd like to start the board meeting at 8:15, the first interview at 8:30 to 10, and then from 10:30 to 11? 12. Yeah. It's getting tired, it's getting late. Yeah, that's not a problem.
I can't wait for AJ's presentation.
We're all going to be sleeping. Sorry, AJ.
Yeah,
Uh,
I would
Mr.
prefer that. I would prefer that.
I like that idea. I think it's an easier time frame to keep track of.
Yeah, no, I'm total agreement.
So, Mr. President, if anybody is interested in making that motion, it would simply be altered to reflect the time frame starting at 8:15, interviews to start at 8:30 and 10:30, and the last line of the scenario would be removed.
So, Mr. President, I'll move that we accept the motion as presented with the changes by Ryan Russell.
We have a motion by Mr. Walker,
I'll second that.
and a second by Mr. Cassiopo. Any in-person or any further board discussion before we move into public comment?
Mr. President, on advisement from council, I will be abstaining from voting on this agenda item.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, any public comment? In-person public comment? Seeing none, do we have any online public comment?
Yes, Mr. Varner. This comment is from Mr. Tarr, the parent of two students who attend schools in Manchester, New Hampshire. He's writing to you about the finalist, Dr. Goldhart, their current superintendent. Please take serious consideration in reading this. Dr. Goldhart is not the person for whom you seek for your superintendent. In his interviews with you, he stated many convincing things to your interview team. When he was a candidate in our schools, he said the same bold statements. He is still under contract with our schools, yet
President,
chooses to...
I hate to interrupt, but this is public comment related solely to this agenda item. And the candidates, which candidate to choose is not on the agenda tonight. That we could consider that as part of general public comment if you'd like, or it can be read in at the public comment before the choice is actually made.
What would your suggestion be?
It's up to you. It's definitely not within the scope of the agenda item that it's being discussed. So the comment can be included in the record as part of the public comment that was received for the meeting, or it can be read in the next general period of public comment before the board or before the action is taken on the superintendent.
I think it'd be important to read the next general agenda.
I agree with that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Any other online comment that would pertain to this motion?
No, Mr. Varner, thank you.
Seeing no more public comment, I'll call for a vote on the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Seeing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm wondering,
Ed.
just for the sake of time, if item number 14 might be something that we can't table until our next meeting. I mean, looking at, it's not like we're up against a deadline.
I think we're getting the thumbs up, so if that's a wish of the board, we could definitely do that.
I think that's a fabulous idea.
So if you want to table it as the president, Mr. Varner, you can absolutely do that in your discretion. It'll be continued, or you can take a motion if you'd like, but it is within your discretion to just continue it or table it.
At this time, we'll table it and reschedule it for our new agenda. With that, we'll move on for the approval of the consent agenda.
I'll move that we accept the consent agenda as submitted.
And this is for possible action.
Second.
Do we have a second? Any public comment? Seeing none in public, in person. Do we have any online
No,
comment?
Mr. Varner.
Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Seeing none, the motion carries. And let me see what else we have here. The informational items is for discussion only, and no action will be taken. I don't know if we want to read these or if everybody had a chance to read them.
Are we having a PLC in February since we're all packed in here? Or did we reschedule it? Because we usually have one in February.
I had actually considered canceling this one because we have had a number of meetings. In addition, it seems that if this is going to be something that your new superintendent is going to do, there's already been some significant work that's been done. My plan was to hand that work off to the new superintendent for him to do whatever he feels appropriate. So it was going to be my suggestion to cancel the February community PLC.
Okay, we'll move on then to any requests for future agenda topics.
Just one, and it'll be far down the line, but there was a discussion at the Parks and Rec meeting on the 1st. They're looking to do an access road where Capital Christian is, so they're interested in seeing if we're going forward or not. In case, if we're gonna do that, then that would be part of probably our obligation if we go to look at that property, and then they can put it off for a couple more years. But they're really wanting to push and find out what our plans are so that they have an idea of how to plan for that.
Any other future agenda topics the board would like to see? Laurel? No. I would like to see more celebration of the successes of our kids in school. And I know we do that quite often, but we have a lot of kids that are doing a lot of great things, and maybe just if we can celebrate more of their achievements.
So, Mr. President, one of the things that I would caution us about, I think a few years ago, we had a lot of these types of things, and we ended up in many meetings till midnight. And I think really, when you really look at it, most people don't want to come to the school board to be recognized. It's uncomfortable for a lot of people. I think that if we're going to celebrate success, go to them. Do it in the school, do it in the school day, go to their workplace. But I don't think that's why a lot of our retirees don't come to that end of the year thing. There's not a lot of people who want to come and stand in front of the school board just because it's uncomfortable. And so, I mean, I think we need to think about that I don't want to, I think there's a limit on what we want to do, just honestly.
Okay.
I think that's something we can discuss. I think there's a balance. And, but that's, we can have that discussion. I mean, that's the idea, is it's a future agenda item that we can develop at some point later on.
Sounds good to me. No other comments or anything? We're going to be adjourned. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you guys staying so late. Thank you.